The Story of Geographical Discovery, How the World Became Known, by Joseph Jacobs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Steven Seitel. The Story of Geographical Discovery by Joseph Jacobs. Preface. In attempting to get what is little less than a history of the world, from a special point of view, into a couple of hundred duodecimal pages, I have had to make 3 bites at my very big cherry. In the appendix I have given, in chronological order, and for the first time on such a scale in English, the chief voyages and explorations by which our knowledge of the world has been increased, and the chief works in which that knowledge has been recorded. In the body of the work, I have attempted to connect together these facts in their more general aspects. In particular, I have grouped the great voyages of 1492 to 1521 around the search for the Spice Islands as a central motive. It is possible that in tracing the Portuguese and Spanish discoveries to the need of titillating the parched palates of the medievals, who lived on salt meat during the winter and salt fish during Lent, I may have unduly simplified the problem. But there can be no doubt of the paramount importance attached to the spices of the East in the earlier stages. The search for the El Dorado came afterwards, and is still urging men north to the Yukon, south to the Cape, and in a southeasterly direction to Westralia. Besides the general treatment in the text and the special details in the appendix, I have also attempted to tell the story once more in a series of maps showing the gradual increase of men's knowledge of the globe. It would have been impossible to have included all these in a book of this size and price but for the complaisance of several publishing firms who have given permission for the reproduction, on a reduced scale, of maps that have already been prepared for special purposes. I have especially to thank Messrs. Macmillan for the 2 dealing with the Portuguese discoveries, and derived from Mr. Payne's excellent little work on European colonies. Messrs. Houghton, Mifflin & Co. of Boston for several illustrating the discovery of America, for Mr. J. Fisk's School History of the United States, and Messrs. Phillips for the Arms of Delcano, so clearly displaying the spicy motive of the first circumnavigation of the globe. I have besides to thank the officials of the Royal Geographical Society, especially Mr. Scott Kelty and Dr. H. R. Mill, for the readiness with which they have placed the magnificent resources of the library and map room of that national institution at my disposal, and the kindness with which they have answered my queries and indicated new sources of information. End of preface. Introduction. How was the world discovered? That is to say, how did a certain set of men who lived around the Mediterranean Sea and had acquired the art of recording what each generation had learned become successively aware of the other parts of the globe? Every part of the earth, so far as we know, has been inhabited by man during the 5,000 or 6,000 years in which Europeans have been storing up their knowledge, and all that time the inhabitants of each part, of course, were acquainted with that particular part. The Kamtchatkans knew the Kamchatka, the Greenlanders Greenland, the various tribes of North American Indians knew at any rate that part of America over which they wandered long before Columbus, as we say, discovered it. Very often these savages not only knew their own country, but can express their knowledge in maps of very remarkable accuracy. Cortes traversed over 1,000 miles through Central America, guided only by a calico map of a local cacique. An Eskimo named Kalahari drew out, from his own knowledge of the coast between Smith Channel and Cape York, a map of it, varying only in minute details from the Admiralty chart. A native of Tahiti named Tupaya drew out for Cook a map of the Pacific, extending over 45 degrees of longitude, nearly 3,000 miles, giving the relative size and position of the main islands over that huge tract of ocean. Almost all geographical discoveries by Europeans have, in like manner, been brought about by means of guides, who necessarily knew the country which their European masters wished to discover. What, therefore, we mean by the history of geographical discovery is the gradual bringing to the knowledge of the nations of civilization surrounding the Mediterranean Sea the vast tracts of land extending in all directions from it. There are mainly two divisions of this history, the discovery of the Old World and that of the New, including Australia under the latter term. Though we speak of geographical discovery, it is really the discovery of new tribes of men that we are thinking of. It is only quite recently that men have sought for knowledge about lands apart from the men who inhabit them. One might almost say that the history of geographical discovery, properly so called, begins with Captain Cook, the motive of whose voyages was purely scientific curiosity. But before his time, men wanted to know one another for two chief reasons. They wanted to conquer, or they wanted to trade. Or perhaps we could reduce the motives to one. They wanted to conquer because they wanted to trade. In our own day, we have seen a remarkable mixture of all three motives resulting in the European partition of Africa, perhaps the most remarkable event of the latter end of the 19th century. Speke and Burton, Livingstone and Stanley investigated the interior from love of adventure and of knowledge. Then came the great chartered trading companies, and, finally, the governments to which these belong have assumed responsibility for the territories thus made known to the civilized world. Within 40 years, the map of Africa, which was practically a blank in the interior, and, as will be shown, was better known in 1680 than in 1850, has been filled up almost completely by researches due to motives of conquest, of trade, or of scientific curiosity. In the earlier stages, then, the history of geographical discovery is mainly a history of conquest, and what we shall have to do will be to give a short history of the ancient world from the point of view of how that world became known. Became known to whom, you might ask, and we must determine that question first. We might, of course, take the earliest geographical work known to us, the 10th chapter of Genesis, and work out how the rest of the world became known to the Israelites when they became part of the Roman Empire. But in history all roads lead to Rome, or away from it, and it is more useful for every purpose to take Rome as our center point. Yet Rome only came in as the heir of earlier empires that spread the knowledge of the earth and man by conquest long before Rome was of importance. And even when the Romans were the masters of all this vast inheritance, they had not themselves the ability to record the geographical knowledge thus acquired, and it is to a Greek named Ptolemy, a professor of a great university of Alexandria, to whom we owe our knowledge of how much the ancient world knew of the earth. It will be convenient to determine this first, and afterwards to sketch rapidly the course of historical events which led to the knowledge which Ptolemy records. In the Middle Ages, much of this knowledge, like all other, was lost, and we shall have to record how knowledge was replaced by imagination and theory. The true inheritors of Greek science during that period were the Arabs, and the few additions to real geographical knowledge at that time were due to them, except in so far as commercial travelers and pilgrims brought a more intimate knowledge of Asia to the west. The discovery of America forms the beginning of a new period, both in modern history and in modern geography. In the 400 years that have elapsed since then, more than twice as much of the inhabited globe has become known to civilized man than in the preceding 4,000 years. The result is that, except for a few patches of Africa, South America, and round the poles, man knows roughly what are the physical resources of the world he inhabits, and, except for minor details, the history of geographical discovery is practically at an end. Besides its interest as a record of war and adventure, this history gives the successive stages by which modern men have been made what they are. The longest known countries and peoples have, on the whole, had the deepest influence in the forming of the civilized character. Nor is the practical utility of this study less important. The way in which the world has been discovered determines, nowadays, the world's history. The great problems of the 20th century will have immediate relation to the discoveries of America, of Africa, and of Australia. In all these problems, Englishmen will have most to say and to do, and the history of the geographical discovery is, therefore, of immediate and immense interest to Englishmen. End of introduction. Chapter 1 of The Story of Geographical Discovery by Joseph Jacobs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1 The World as Known to the Ancients. Before telling how the ancients got to know that part of the world with which they finally became acquainted when the Roman Empire was at its greatest extent, it is as well to get some idea of the successive stages of their knowledge, leaving for the next chapter the story of how that knowledge was obtained. As in most branches of organized knowledge, it is to the Greeks that we owe our acquaintance with ancient views of the subject. In the early stages, they possibly learned something from the Phoenicians, who were the great traders and sailors of antiquity, and who coasted along the Mediterranean, ventured through the Straits of Gibraltar, and traded with the British Isles, which they visited for the tin found in Cornwall. It is even said that one of their admirals, at the command of Necho, king of Egypt, circumnavigated Africa, for Herodotus reports that on the homeward voyage the sun set in the sea on the right hand. But the Phoenicians kept their geographical knowledge to themselves as a trade secret, and the Greeks learned but little from them. The first glimpse that we have of the notions which the Greeks possessed of the shape and the inhabitants of the earth is afforded by the poems passing under the name of Homer. These poems show an intimate knowledge of northern Greece and of the western coasts of Asia Minor, some acquaintance with Egypt, Cyprus, and Sicily, but all the rest, even of the eastern Mediterranean, is only vaguely conceived by their author. Where he does not know, he imagines, and some of his imaginings have had a most important influence upon the progress of geographical knowledge. Thus, he conceives of the world as being a sort of flat shield with an extremely wide river surrounding it, known as ocean. The center of this shield was at Delphi, which was regarded as the navel of the inhabited world. According to Hesiod, who is but a little later than Homer, up in that far north were placed a people known as the Hyperboreani, or those who dwelt at the back of the north wind, whilst a corresponding place in the south was taken by the Abyssinians. All these four conceptions had an important influence upon the views that men had of the world up to the times comparatively recent. Homer also mentioned the Pygmies as living in Africa. They were regarded as fabulous, till they were rediscovered by Dr. Schweinfurth and Mr. Stanley in our own time. It is probably from the Babylonians that the Greeks obtained the idea of an all-encircling ocean. Inhabitants of Mesopotamia would find themselves reaching the ocean in almost any direction in which they traveled, either the Caspian, the Black Sea, the Mediterranean, or the Persian Gulf. Accordingly, the oldest map in the world which has been found is one accompanying a cuneiform inscription and representing the plain of Mesopotamia with the Euphrates flowing through it, and the whole surrounded by two concentric circles which are named briny waters. Outside these, however, are 7 detached islets, possibly representing the 7 zones or climates into which the world was divided according to the ideas of the Babylonians, though afterwards they resorted to the ordinary 4 cardinal points. What was roughly true of Babylonia did not in any way answer to the geographical position of Greece, and it is therefore probable that in the first place they obtained their ideas of the surrounding ocean from the Babylonians. It was after the period of Homer and Hesiod that the first great expansion of Greek knowledge about the world began, through the extensive colonization which was carried on by the Greeks around the eastern Mediterranean. Even to this day the natives of the southern part of Italy speak a Greek dialect, owing to the wide extent of Greek colonies in that country, which used to be called Magna Graecia, or Great Greece. Marseille, also one of the Greek colonies, 600 BC, which, in its turn, sent out other colonies along the Gulf of Lyons. In the east, too, Greek cities were dotted along the coast of the Black Sea, one of which, Byzantium, was destined to be of world historic importance. So, too, in North Africa and among the islands of the Aegean Sea, the Greeks colonized throughout the 6th and 5th centuries BC, and in almost every case communication was kept up between the colonies and the mother country. Now, the one quality which has made the Greeks so distinguished in the world's history was their curiosity, and it was natural that they should desire to know and to put on record the large amount of information brought to the mainland of Greece from the innumerable Greek colonies. But to record geographical knowledge, the first thing that is necessary is a map, and accordingly it is a Greek philosopher named Anaximander of Miletus of the 6th century BC to whom we owe the invention of map drawing. Now, in order to make a map of one's own country, little astronomical knowledge is required. As we have seen, savages are able to draw such maps. But when it comes to describing the relative positions of countries divided from one another by seas, the problem is not so easy. An Athenian would know, roughly, that Byzantium, now called Constantinople, was something to the east and to the north of him, because in sailing thither he would have had to sail toward the rising sun, and would find the climate getting colder as he approached Byzantium. So, too, he might roughly guess that Marseille was somewhere to the west and north of him. But how was he to fix the relative position of Marseille and Byzantium to one another? Was Marseille more northerly than Byzantium? Was it very far away from that city? For though it took longer to get to Marseille, the voyage was winding, and might possibly bring the vessel comparatively near to Byzantium, though there might be no direct road between the two cities. There was one rough way of determining how far north a place stood. The very slightest observation of the starry heavens would show a traveler that, as he moved towards the north, the pole star rose higher up in the heavens. How much higher could be determined by the angle formed by a stick pointing to the pole star in relation to one held horizontally. If instead of two sticks we cut out a piece of metal or wood to fill up the enclosed angle, we get the earliest form of the sundial, known as the gnomon, and according to the shape of the gnomon, the latitude of a place is determined. Accordingly, it is not surprising to find that the invention of the gnomon is also attributed to Anaximander, for without some such instrument it would have been impossible for him to have made any map worthy of the name. But it is probable that Anaximander did not so much invent as introduce the gnomon, and indeed Herodotus expressly states that this instrument was derived from the Babylonians, who were the earliest astronomers so far as we know. A curious point confirms this, for the measurement of angles is by degrees, and degrees are divided into 60 seconds, just as minutes are. Now, this division into 60 is certainly derived from Babylonia in the case of time measurements, and is therefore of the same origin as regards the measurement of angles. We have no longer any copy of this first map of the world drawn up by Anaximander, but there is little doubt that it formed the foundation of a similar map drawn by a fellow townsman of Anaximander, Hecatus of Miletus, who seems to have written the first formal geography. Only fragments of this are extant, but from them we are able to see that it was of the nature of a periplus, or seaman's guide, telling how many days' sail it was from one point to another, and in what direction. We know also that he arranged his whole subject into 2 books, dealing respectively with Europe and Asia, under which latter terms he included part of what we now know as Africa. From the fragments, scholars have been able to reproduce the rough outlines of the map of the world as it presented itself to Hecatus. From this it can be seen that the Homeric conception of the surrounding ocean formed a chief determining feature in Hecatus's map, For the rest, he was acquainted with the Mediterranean, Red, and Black Seas, and with the great rivers Danube, Nile, Euphrates, Tigris, and Indus. The next great name in the history of Greek geography is that of Herodotus of Halicarnassus, who might indeed equally be well called the father of geography as the father of history. He traveled much in Egypt, Babylonia, Persia, and on the shores of the Black Sea, while he was acquainted with Greece, and passed the latter years of his life in South Italy. On all these countries he gave his fellow citizens accurate and tolerably full information, and he had diligently collected knowledge about countries in their neighborhood. In particular, he gives full details of Scythia, or southern Russia, and of the satrapies and royal roads of Persia. As a rule, his information is as accurate as could be expected at such an early date, and he rarely tells marvelous stories, or if he does, he points out himself their untrustworthiness. Almost the only traveler's yarn which Herodotus reports without due skepticism is that of the ants of India that were bigger than foxes and burrowed out gold dust for their ant hills. One of the stories he relates is of interest as seeming to show an anticipation of one of Mr. Stanley's journeys. 5 young men of the Nasamonians started from southern Libya, west of the Sudan, and journeyed for many days west till they came to a grove of trees, when they were seized by a number of men of very small stature, and conducted through marshes to a great city of black men of the same size, through which a large river flowed. This Herodotus identifies with the Nile, but from the indication of the journey given by him, it would seem more probable that it was the Niger, and that the Nasamonians had visited Timbuktu. Owing to this statement of Herodotus, it was for long thought that the Upper Nile flowed east and west. After Herodotus, the date of whose history may be fixed at the easily remembered number of 444 B.C., a large increase of knowledge was obtained of the western part of Asia by the 2 expeditions of Xenophon and of Alexander, which brought the familiar knowledge of the Greeks as far as India. But besides these military expeditions, we have still extant several log books of mariners, which might have added considerably to Greek geography. One of these tells the tale of an expedition of the Carthaginian admiral named Hanno down the western coast of Africa as far as Sierra Leone, a voyage which was not afterwards undertaken for 1600 years. Hanno brought back from this voyage hairy skins, which, he stated, belonged to men and women whom he had captured, and who were known to the natives by the name of gorillas. Another logbook is that of a Greek named Skylax, who gives the sailing distances between nearly all ports on the Mediterranean and Black Seas, and the number of days required to pass from one to another. From this it would seem that a Greek merchant vessel could manage on an average 50 miles a day. Besides this, one of Alexander's admirals, named Nearchus, learned to carry his ships from the mouth of the Indus to the Arabian Gulf. Later on, a Greek sailor, Hippalus, found that by using the monsoons at the appropriate times, he could sail direct from Arabia to India without laboriously coasting along the shores of Persia and Beluchistan, and in consequence the Greeks gave his name to the monsoon. For information about India itself, the Greeks were for a long time dependent upon the account of Megasthenes, an ambassador sent by Seleucus, one of Alexander's generals, to the Indian king of the Punjab. While knowledge was thus gained of the east, additional information was obtained about the north of Europe by the travels of one Pytheas, a native of Marseille, who flourished about the time of Alexander the Great, 333 B.C., and he is especially interesting to us as having been the first civilized person who can be identified as having visited Britain. He seems to have coasted along the Bay of Biscay, to have spent some time in England, which he reckoned as 40,000 stadia or 4,000 miles in circumference, and he appears also to have coasted along Belgium and Holland as far as the mouth of the Elbe. Pytheas is, however, chiefly known in the history of geography as having referred to the island of Thule, which he described as the most northerly point of the inhabited earth, beyond which the sea became thickened and of a jelly-like consistency. He does not profess to have visited Thule, and his account probably refers to the existence of drift ice near the Shetlands. All this new information was gathered together and made accessible to the Greek reading world by Eratosthenes, librarian of Alexandria, 240 to 196 BC, who was practically the founder of scientific geography. He was the first to attempt any accurate measurement of the size of the earth and of its inhabited portion. By his time, the scientific men of Greece had become quite aware of the fact that the earth was a globe, though they considered that it was fixed in space at the center of the universe. Guesses had even been made at the size of this globe, Aristotle fixing its circumference at 400,000 stadia, or 40,000 miles, but Eratosthenes attempted a more accurate measurement. He compared the length of a shadow thrown by the sun at Alexandria and at Syene, near the first cataract of the Nile, which he assumed to be on the same meridian of longitude, and to be about 5,000 stadia, or 500 miles, distance. From the difference in length of the shadows, he deduced that this distance represented 1/50th of the circumference of the earth, which would accordingly be about 250,000 stadia, or 25,000 geographical miles. As the actual circumference is 24,899 English miles, this was a very near approximation, considering the rough means Eratosthenes had at his disposal. Having thus estimated the size of the earth, Eratosthenes then went on to determine the size of that portion which the ancients considered to be habitable. North and south of the lands known to him, Eratosthenes and all the ancients considered to be either too cold or too hot to be habitable. This portion he reckoned to extend 38,000 stadia, or 3,800 miles. In reckoning the extent of the habitable portion from east to west, Eratosthenes came to the conclusion that from the Straits of Gibraltar to the east of India was about 80,000 stadia, or, roughly speaking, 1/3 of the earth's surface. The remaining 2/3 were supposed to be covered by the ocean, and Eratosthenes prophetically remarked that if it were not that the vast extent of the Atlantic Sea rendered it impossible, one might almost sail from the coast of Spain to that of India along the same parallel. 1,600 years later, as we shall see, Columbus tried to carry out this idea. Eratosthenes based his calculation on two fundamental lines corresponding, in a way, to our equator and meridian of Greenwich. The first stretched, according to him, from Cape St. Vincent through the Straits of Messina and the island of Rhodes to Issus on the Gulf of Iskanderun. For his starting line in reckoning north and south, he used a meridian passing through the first cataract, Alexandria, Rhodes, and Byzantium. The next 200 years after Eratosthenes' death was filled up by the spread of the Roman Empire, by the taking over by the Romans of the vast possessions previously held by Alexander and his successors and by the Carthaginians, and by their spread into Gaul, Britain, and Germany. Much of the increased knowledge thus obtained was summed up in the geographical work of Strabo, who wrote in Greek about 20 BC. He introduced from the extra knowledge thus obtained many modifications of the system of Eratosthenes, but on the whole kept to his general conception of the world. He rejected, however, the existence of Thule, and thus made the world narrower, while he recognized the existence of Ierne, or Ireland, which he regarded as the most northerly part of the habitable world, lying, as he thought, north of Britain. Between the time of Strabo and that of Ptolemy, who sums up all the knowledge of the ancients about the habitable earth, there was only one considerable addition to men's acquaintance with their neighbors, contained in a seaman's manual for the navigation of the Indian Ocean, known as the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea. This gave very full and tolerably accurate accounts of the coasts from Aden to the mouth of the Ganges, though it regarded Ceylon as much greater and more to the south than it really is, but it also contains an account of the more easterly parts of Asia, Indochina, and China itself, where the silk comes from. This had an important influence on the views of Ptolemy, as we shall see, and indirectly helped long afterwards to the discovery of America. It was left to Ptolemy of Alexandria to sum up for the ancient world all the knowledge that had been accumulating from the time of Eratosthenes to his own day, which we may fix at about 150 A.D. He took all the information he could find in the writings of the preceding 400 years and reduced it all to one uniform scale, for it is to him that we owe the invention of the method and the names of latitude and longitude. Previous writers had been content to say that the distance between one point and another was so many stadia, but he reduced all this rough reckoning to so many degrees of latitude and longitude, from fixed lines as starting points. But unfortunately, all these reckonings were rough calculations, which are almost invariably beyond the truth, and Ptolemy, though the greatest of ancient astronomers, still further distorted his results by assuming that a degree was 500 stadia, or 50 geographical miles. Thus, when he found in any of his authorities that the distance between one port and another was 500 stadia, he assumed in the first place that this was accurate, and in the second that the distance between the two places was equal to a degree of latitude or longitude, as the case might be. Accordingly, he arrived at the result that the breadth of the habitable globe was, as he put it, 12 hours of longitude, corresponding to 180 degrees, nearly one-third as much again as the real dimension from Spain to China. The consequence of this was that the distance from Spain to China westward was correspondingly diminished by 60 degrees, or nearly 4,000 miles, and it was this error that ultimately encouraged Columbus to attempt his epoch-making voyage. Ptolemy's errors of calculation would not have been so extensive but that he adopted a method of measurement which made them accumulative. If he had chosen Alexandria for the point of departure in measuring longitude, the errors he made when reckoning westward would have been counterbalanced by those reckoning eastward, and would not have resulted in any serious distortion of the truth. But instead of this, he adopted as his point of departure the Fortunate Insulae, or Canary Islands, and every degree measured to the east of these was 1/5 too great, since he assumed that it was only 50 miles in length. I may mention that so great has been the influence of Ptolemy on geography that up to the middle of the last century, Faro in the Canary Islands was still retained as the 0 point of the meridians of longitude. Another point in which Ptolemy's system strongly influenced modern opinion was his departure from the previous assumption that the world was surrounded by the ocean, derived from Homer. Instead of Africa being thus cut through the middle by the ocean, Ptolemy assumed, possibly from vague traditional knowledge, that Africa extended an unknown length to the south, and joined on to an equally unknown continent far to the east, which in the Latinized versions of his astronomical work was termed Terra Australis Incognita, or the unknown Southland. As by his error with regard to the breadth of the earth, Ptolemy led to Columbus, so by his mistaken notions as to the great Southland, he prepared the way for the discoveries of Captain Cook. But notwithstanding these errors, which were due partly to the roughness of the materials which he had to deal with, and partly to scientific caution, Ptolemy's work is one of the great monuments of human industry and knowledge. For the Old World, it remained the basis of all geographical knowledge up to the beginning of the last century, just as his astronomical work was only finally abolished by the work of Newton. Ptolemy has thus the rare distinction of being the greatest authority on two important departments of human knowledge, astronomy and geography, for over 1,500 years. Into the details of his description of the world it is unnecessary to go. The map will indicate how near he came to the main outlines of the Mediterranean, of northwest Europe, of Arabia, and of the Black Sea. Beyond these regions he could only depend upon the rough indications and guesses of untutored merchants. But it is worth while referring to his method of determining latitude, as it was followed up by most succeeding geographers. Between the equator and the most northerly point known to him, he divides up the earth into horizontal strips, called by him climates, and determined by the average length of the longest day in each. This is a very rough method of determining latitude, but it was probably, in most cases, all that Ptolemy had to depend upon, since the measurement of angles would be a rare accomplishment even in modern times, and would only exist among a few mathematicians and astronomers in Ptolemy's day. With him, the history of geographical knowledge and discovery in the ancient world closes. In this chapter I have roughly given the names and exploits of the Greek men of science, who summed up in a series of systematic records the knowledge obtained by merchants, by soldiers, and by travelers of the extent of the world known to the ancients. Of this knowledge, by far the largest amount was gained not by systematic investigation for the purpose of geography, but by military expeditions for the purpose of conquest. We must now retrace our steps and give a rough review of the various stages of conquest by which the different regions of the Old World became known to the Greeks and the Roman Empire, whose knowledge Ptolemy summarizes. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Story of Geographical Discovery by Joseph Jacobs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2 The Spread of Conquest in the Ancient World. In a companion volume of this series, The Story of Extinct Civilizations in the East, will be found an account of the rise and development of the various nations who held sway over the west of Asia at the dawn of history. Modern discoveries of remarkable interest have enabled us to learn the condition of men in Asia Minor as early as 4000 BC. All these early civilizations existed on the banks of great rivers, which rendered the land fertile through which they passed. We first find man conscious of himself and putting his knowledge on record along the banks of the great rivers Nile, Euphrates, and Tigris, Ganges, and Yangtze Kiang. But for our purposes, we are not concerned with these very early stages of history. The Egyptians got to know something of the nations that surrounded them, and so did the Assyrians. A summary of similar knowledge is contained in the list of tribes given in the 10th chapter of Genesis, which divides all mankind, as then known to the Hebrews, into the descendants of Shem, Ham, and Japheth, corresponding roughly to Asia, Europe, and Africa. But in order to ascertain how the Romans obtained the mass of information which was summarized for them by Ptolemy in his great work, we have merely to concentrate our attention on the remarkable process of continuous expansion which ultimately led to the existence of the Roman Empire. All early histories of kingdoms are practically of the same type. A certain tract of country is divided up among a certain number of tribes speaking a common language, and each of these tribes ruled by a separate chieftain. One of these tribes then becomes predominant over the rest through the skill in war or diplomacy or one of its chiefs, and the whole of the tract of country is thus organized into one kingdom. Thus, the history of England relates how the kingdom of Wessex grew into predominance over the whole of the country. That of France tells how the kings who ruled over the Ile-de-France spread their rule over the rest of the land. The history of Israel is mainly an account of how the tribes of Judah obtained the hegemony of the rest of the tribes. And Roman history, as its name implies, informs us how the inhabitants of a single city grew to be the masters of the whole known world. But their empire had been prepared for them by a long series of similar expansions, which might be described as the successive swallowing up of empire after empire, each becoming overgrown in the process, till at last the series was concluded by the Romans swallowing up the whole. It was this gradual spread of dominion which, at each stage, increased men's knowledge of surrounding nations, and it therefore comes within our province to roughly sum up these stages as part of the story of geographical discovery. Regarded from the point of view of geography, this spread of man's knowledge might be compared to the growth of a huge oyster shell, and from that point of view we have to take the north of the Persian Gulf as the apex of the shell, and begin with the Babylonian Empire. We first have the kingdom of Babylon, which in the early stages might best be termed Chaldea, in the south of Mesopotamia, or the valley between the two rivers Tigris and Euphrates, which, during the 3rd and 2nd millennia before our era, spread along the valley of the Tigris. But in the 14th century BC, the Assyrians to the north of it, though previously dependent upon Babylon, conquered it, and after various vicissitudes established themselves throughout the whole of Mesopotamia and much of the surrounding lands. In 604 BC, the capital of this great empire was moved once more to Babylon, so that in the last stage, as well as in the first, it may be called Babylonia. For purposes of distinction, however, it will be well to call these 3 successive stages Chaldea, Assyria, and Babylonia. Meanwhile, immediately to the east, a somewhat similar process had been gone through, though here the development was from north to south, the Medes of the north developing a powerful empire in the north of Persia, which ultimately fell into the hands of Cyrus the Great in 546 BC. He then proceeded to conquer the kingdom of Lydia in the northwest part of Asia Minor, which had previously inherited the dominion of the Hittites. Finally, he proceeded to seize the empire of Babylonia by his successful attack on the capital 538 BC. He extended his rule nearly as far as India on one side, and, as we know from the Bible, to the borders of Egypt on the other. His son Cambyses even succeeded in adding Egypt for a time to the Persian Empire. The oyster shell of history had, accordingly, expanded to include almost the whole of Western Asia. The next 2 centuries are taken up in universal history by the magnificent struggle of the Greeks against the Persian Empire, the most decisive conflict in all history, for it determined whether Europe or Asia should conquer the world. Hitherto the course of conquest had been from east to west, and if Xerxes' invasion had been successful, there is little doubt that the westward tendency would have continued. But the larger the tract of country which an empire covers, especially when different tribes and nations are included in it, the weaker and less organized it becomes. Within little more than a century of the death of Cyrus the Great, the Greeks discovered the vulnerable point in the Persian Empire, owing to an expedition of 10,000 Greek mercenaries under Xenophon, who had been engaged by Cyrus the Younger in an attempt to capture the Persian Empire from his brother. Cyrus was slain, 401 BC, but the 10,000, under the leadership of Xenophon, were enabled to hold their own against all the attempts of the Persians to destroy them, and found their way back to Greece. Meanwhile, the usual process had been going on in Greece, by which a country becomes consolidated. From time to time one of the tribes into which that mountainous country was divided obtained supremacy over the rest. At first the Athenians, owing to the prominent part they had taken in repelling the Persians, then the Spartans, and finally the Thebans. But on the northern frontiers a race of hardy mountaineers, the Macedonians, had consolidated their power, and, under Philip of Macedon, became masters of all Greece. Philip had learned the lesson taught by the successful retreat to the 10,000, and just before his death was preparing to attack the great king of Persia with all the forces which his supremacy in Greece put at his disposal. His son, Alexander the Great, carried out Philip's intentions. Within 12 years, 334 to 323 BC, he had conquered Persia, Parthia, India in the strict sense, i.e. the valley of the Indus, and Egypt. After his death, this huge empire was divided up among his generals, but except in the extreme east, the whole of it was administered on Greek methods. A Greek-speaking person could pass from one end to the other without difficulty, and we can understand how a knowledge of the whole tract of country between the Adriatic and the Indus could be obtained by the Greek scholars. Alexander founded a large number of cities, all bearing his name, at various points of his itinerary, but of these the most important was at the mouth of the Nile, known to this day as Alexandria. Here was the intellectual center of the whole Hellenic world, and accordingly it was here, as we have seen, that Eratosthenes first wrote down in a systematic manner all the knowledge about the habitable earth which had been gained mainly by Alexander's conquests. Important as was the triumphant march of Alexander through Western Asia, both in history and in geography, it cannot be said to have added so very much to geographical knowledge, for Herodotus was roughly acquainted with most of the country thus traversed, except towards the east of Persia and the northwest of India. But the itineraries of Alexander and his generals must have contributed more exact knowledge of the distances between the various important centers of population, and enabled Eratosthenes and his successors to give them a definite position on their maps of the world. What they chiefly learned from Alexander and his immediate successors was a more accurate knowledge of northwest India. Even as late as Strabo, the sole knowledge possessed at Alexandria of Indian places was that given by Megasthenes, the ambassador to India in the 3rd century BC. Meanwhile, in the western portion of the civilized world, a similar process had gone on. In the Italian peninsula, the usual struggle had gone on between the various tribes inhabiting it. The fertile plain of Lombardy was not in those days regarded as belonging to Italy, but was known as Cisalpine Gaul. The south of Italy, as we have seen, was mainly inhabited by Greek colonists, and was called Great Greece. Between these tracts of country, the Italian territory was inhabited by 3 sets of federate tribes, the Etrurians, the Samnites, and the Latins. During the 230 years between 510 BC and 280 BC, Rome was occupied in obtaining the supremacy among these 3 sets of tribes, and by the latter date may be regarded as having consolidated central Italy into an Italian federation centralized at Rome. At the latter date, the Greek king Pyrrhus of Epirus attempted to arouse the Greek colonies in southern Italy against the growing power of Rome, but his interference only resulted in extending the Roman dominion down to the heel and big toe of Italy. If Rome was to advance further, Sicily would be the next step, and just at that moment, Sicily was being threatened by the other great power of the West, Carthage. Carthage was the most important of the colonies founded by the Phoenicians, probably in the 9th century BC, and pursued in the western Mediterranean the policy of establishing trading stations along the coast which had distinguished the Phoenicians from their first appearance in history. They seized all the islands in that division of the sea, or at any rate prevented any other nation from settling in Corsica, Sardinia, and the Balearic Isles. In particular, Carthage took possession of the western part of Sicily, which had been settled by sister Phoenician colonies, while Rome did everything in its power to consolidate its conquests by admitting the other Italians to some share in the central government. Carthage only regarded its foreign possessions as so many openings for trade. In fact, it dealt with the western littoral of the Mediterranean something like the East India Company treated the coast of Hindustan. It established factories at convenient spots. But just as the East India Company found it necessary to conquer the neighboring territory in order to secure peaceful trade, so Carthage extended its conquests all down the western coast of Africa and the southeast part of Spain, while Rome was expanding into Italy. To continue our conchological analogy, By the time of the First Punic War, Rome and Carthage had each expanded into a shell, and between the two intervened the eastern section of the island of Sicily. As the result of this, Rome became master of Sicily, and then the final struggle took place with Hannibal in the Second Punic War, which resulted in Rome becoming possessed of Spain and Carthage. By the year 200 BC, Rome was practically master of the western Mediterranean, though it took another century to consolidate its heritage from Carthage and Spain and Mauritania. During that century, the second before our era, Rome also extended its Italian boundaries to the Alps by the conquest of Cisalpine Gaul, which, however, was considered outside Italy, from which it was separated by the river Rubicon. In that same century, the Romans had begun to interfere in the affairs of Greece, which fell easily into their hands, and thus prepared the way for their inheritance of Alexander's empire. This, in the main, was the work of the first century before our era, when the expansion of Rome became practically concluded. This was mainly the work of two men, Caesar and Pompey. Following the example of his uncle, Marius, Caesar extended the Roman dominions beyond the Alps to Gaul, western Germany, and Britain. But from our present standpoint, it was Pompey who prepared the way for Rome to carry on the succession of empire in the more civilized portions of the world, and thereby merited his title of Great. He pounded up, as it were, the various states into which Asia Minor was divided, and thus prepared the way for Roman dominion over western Asia and Egypt. By the time of Ptolemy, the empire was thoroughly consolidated, and his map and geographical notices are only tolerably accurate within the confines of this empire. One of the means by which the Romans were enabled to consolidate their dominion must be here shortly referred to. In order that their legions might easily pass from one portion of this huge empire to another, they built roads, generally in straight lines, and so solidly constructed that in many places throughout Europe they can be traced even to the present day, after the lapse of 1,500 years. Owing to them, in a large measure, Rome was enabled to preserve its empire intact for nearly 500 years, and even to this day one can trace a difference in the civilization of those countries over which Rome once ruled, except where the devastating influence of Islam has passed like a sponge over the old Roman provinces. Civilization, or the art of living together in society, is practically the result of Roman law, and in this sense all roads in history lead to Rome. The work of Claudius Ptolemy sums up to us the knowledge that the Romans had gained by their inheritance on the western side of the Carthaginian Empire and on the eastern of the remains of Alexander's empire, to which must be added the conquests of Caesar in northwest Europe. Caesar is, indeed, the connecting link between the two shells that had been growing throughout ancient history. He added Gaul, Germany, and Britain to the geographical knowledge, and by his struggle with Pompey connected the Levant with his northerly conquests. One result of his imperial work must here be referred to. By bringing all civilized men under one rule, he prepared them for the worship of one God. This was not without its influence on travel and geographical discovery, for the great barrier between mankind has always been the difference of religion, and Rome, by breaking down the exclusiveness of local religions and substituting for them a general worship of the majesty of the emperor, enabled all the inhabitants of this vast empire to feel a certain communion with one another, which ultimately, as we know, took on a religious form. The Roman Empire will henceforth form the center from which to regard any additions to the geographical knowledge. As we shall see, part of the knowledge acquired by the Romans was lost in the Dark Ages, succeeding the breakup of the empire. But for our purposes this may be neglected, and geographical discovery in the succeeding chapters may be roughly taken to be additions and corrections of the knowledge summed up by Claudius Ptolemy. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Story of Geographical Discovery by Joseph Jacobs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3 Geography in the Dark Ages. We have seen how, by a slow process of conquest and expansion, the ancient world got to know a large part of the Eastern Hemisphere, and how this knowledge was summed up in the great work of Claudius Ptolemy. We have now to learn how much of this knowledge was lost or perverted, how geography for a time lost the character of a science and became once more the subject of mythical fancies similar to those which we found in its earliest stages. Instead of knowledge, which, if not quite exact, was at any rate approximately measured, the medieval teachers who concerned themselves with the configuration of the inhabited world substituted their own ideas of what ought to be. This is a process which applies not alone to geography, but all branches of knowledge, which, after the fall of the Roman Empire, ceased to expand or progress, became mixed up with fanciful notions, and only recovered when a knowledge of ancient science and thought was restored in the 15th century. But in geography we can more easily see than in other sciences the exact nature of the disturbing influence which prevented the acquisition of new knowledge. Briefly put, that disturbing influence was religion, or rather theology, not of course religion in the proper sense of the word, or theology based on critical principles, but theological conceptions deduced from a slavish adherence to texts of Scripture, very often seriously misunderstood. To quote a single example, when it is said in Ezekiel vs. "This is Jerusalem, I have set it in the midst of nations round about her," this was not taken by the medieval monks, who were the chief geographers of the period, as a poetical statement, but as an exact mathematical law which determined the form which all medieval maps took. Roughly speaking, of course, there was a certain amount of truth in the statement, since Jerusalem would be about the center of the world as known to the ancients, at least measured from east to west, but at the same time the medieval geographers adopted the old Homeric idea of the ocean surrounding the habitable world, though at times there was a tendency to keep more closely to the words of Scripture about the four corners of the earth. Still, as a rule, the orthodox conception of the world was that of a circle enclosing a sort of T-square, the east being placed at the top, Jerusalem in the center. The Mediterranean Sea naturally divided the lower half of the circle, while the Aegean and Red Seas were regarded as spreading out right and left perpendicularly, thus dividing the top part of the world, or Asia, from the lower part, divided equally between Europe on the left and Africa on the right. The size of the Mediterranean Sea, it will be seen, thus determined the dimensions of the three continents. One of the chief errors to which this led was to cut off the whole of the south of Africa, which rendered it seemingly a short voyage around the continent on the way to India. As we shall see, this error had important and favorable results on geographical discovery. Another result of this conception of the world as a T within an O was to expand Asia to an enormous extent, and as this was part of the world which was less known to the monkish map makers of the Middle Ages, they were obliged to fill out their ignorance by their imagination. Hence they located in Asia all the legends which they had derived, either from biblical or classical sources. Thus there was a conception, for which very little basis is to be found in the Bible, of two fierce nations named Gog and Magog, who would one day bring about the destruction of the civilized world. These were located in what would have been Siberia, and it was thought that Alexander the Great had penned them in behind the Iron Mountains. When the great Tatar invasion came in the 13th century, it was natural to suppose that these were no less than the Gog and Magog of legend. So too the position of Paradise was fixed in the extreme east, or in other words at the top of medieval maps. There again, some of the classical authorities, as Pliny and Solinus, had admitted into their geographical accounts legends of strange tribes of monstrous men, strangely different from normal humanity. Among these may be mentioned the Sciapodes, or men whose feet were so large that when it was hot they could rest on their backs and lie in the shade. There is a dim remembrance of these monstrosities in Shakespeare's reference to the anthropophagi and men whose heads do grow beneath their shoulders. In the mythical travels of Sir John Maundeville, there are illustrations of these curious beings, one of which is here reproduced. Other tracts of country were supposed to be inhabited by equally monstrous animals. Illustrations of most of these were utilized to fill up the many vacant spaces in the medieval maps of Asia. One author, indeed, in his theological zeal, went much further in modifying the conceptions of the habitable world. A Christian merchant named Cosmas, who had journeyed to India and was accordingly known as Cosmas Indicopleistes, wrote, about 540 A.D., a work entitled Christian Topography, to confound what he thought would be the erroneous views of pagan authorities about the configuration of the world. What especially roused his ire was the conception of the spherical form of the earth and of the antipodes, or men who could stand upside down. He drew a picture of a round ball with 4 men standing upon it, with their feet on opposite sides, and asked triumphantly how it was possible that all 4 could stand upright. In answer to those who asked him to explain how he could account for day and night if the sun did not go around the earth, he supposed that there was a huge mountain in the extreme north, round which the sun moved once every 24 hours. Night was when the sun was going round the other side of the mountain. He also proved, entirely to his own satisfaction, that the sun, instead of being greater, was very much smaller than the earth. The earth was, according to him, a moderately sized plain, the inhabited parts of which were separated from the antediluvian world by the ocean, and at the 4 corners of the whole were the pillars which supported the heavens, so that the whole universe was something like a big glass exhibition case, on the top of which was the firmament, dividing the waters above and below it, according to the 1st chapter of Genesis. Cosmas's views, however interesting and amusing they are, were too extreme to gain much credence or attention even from the medieval monks, and we find no reference to them in the various Mappa Mundi which sum up their knowledge, or rather ignorance, about the world. One of the most remarkable of these maps exists in England at Hereford, and the plan of it, given on page 53, will convey as much information as to early medieval geography as the ordinary reader will require. In the extreme east, that is, at the top, is represented the terrestrial paradise. In the center is Jerusalem. Beneath this, the Mediterranean extends to the lower edge of the map, with its islands very carefully particularized. Much attention is given to the rivers throughout, but very little to the mountains. The only real increase of actual knowledge represented in the map is that of the northeast of Europe, which had naturally become better known by the invasion of the Norsemen. But how little real knowledge was possessed of this portion of Europe is proved by the fact that the mapmaker placed near Norway the cynocephali, or dog-headed men, probably derived from some confused accounts of Indian monkeys. Near them are placed the Griffons, men most wicked, for amongst their misdeeds they also make garments for themselves and their horses out of the skins of their enemies. Here, too, is placed the home of the 7 sleepers, who live forever as a standing miracle to convert the heathen. The shape given to the British Islands will be observed as due to the necessity of keeping the circular form of the inhabited world. Other details about England we may leave for the present. It is obvious that maps such as the Hereford one would be of no practical utility to travelers who desired to pass from one country to another. Indeed, they were not intended for any such purpose. Geography had ceased to be in any sense a practical science. It only ministered to men's sense of wonder, and men studied it mainly in order to learn about the marvels of the world. When William of Wykeham drew up his rules for fellows and scholars of New College, Oxford, he directed them in the long winter evenings to occupy themselves with singing or reciting poetry, or with the chronicles of the different kingdoms, or with the wonders of the world. Hence, almost all medieval maps are filled up with pictures of these wonders, which were the more necessary as so few people could read. A curious survival of this custom lasted on in the map drawing almost to the beginning of the century, when the spare places in the ocean were adorned with pictures of sailing ships or spouting sea monsters. When men desired to travel, they did not use such maps as these, but rather itineraries or road books, which did not profess to give the shape of the countries through which a traveler would pass, but only indicated the chief towns on the most frequented roads. This information was readily derived from classical times, for the Roman emperors from time to time directed such road books to be drawn up, and there still remains an almost complete itinerary of the empire, known as the Putinger Table, from the name of the German merchant who first drew the attention of the learned world to it. A condensed reproduction is given on the following page, from which will be seen that no attempt is made to give anything more than the roads and towns. Unfortunately, the first section of the table, which started from Britain, has been mutilated, and we only get to the Kentish coast. These itineraries were specially useful, as the chief journeys of men were in the nature of pilgrimages, but these often included a sort of commercial traveling, pilgrims often combining business and religion on their journeys. The chief information about Eastern Europe which reached the West was given by the succession of pilgrims who visited Palestine up to the time of the Crusades. Our chief knowledge of the geography of Europe during the 5 centuries between 500 and 1000 AD is given in the reports of successive pilgrims. This period may be regarded as the Dark Age of geographical knowledge, during which wild conceptions like those contained in the Hereford map were substituted for the more accurate measurements of the ancients. Curiously enough, almost down to the time of Columbus, the learned kept to these conceptions instead of modifying them by the extra knowledge gained during the second period of the Middle Ages, when travelers of all kinds obtained much fuller information of Asia, North Europe, and even, as we shall see, some parts of America. It is not altogether surprising that this period should have been so backward in geographical knowledge, since the map of Europe itself, in its political divisions, was entirely readjusted during this period. The 1,000 years of history which elapsed between 450 and 1450 were practically taken up by successive waves of invasion from the center of Asia, which almost entirely broke up the older divisions of the world. In the 5th century, 3 wandering tribes invaded the empire from the banks of the Vistula, the Dnieper, and the Volga, respectively. The Huns came from the Volga in the extreme east, and under Attila, the Hammer of God, wrought consternation in the empire. The Visigoths from the Dnieper and attacked the Eastern Empire, while the Vandals from the Vistula took a triumphant course through Gaul and Spain and founded for a time a Vandal empire in North Africa. One of the consequences of this movement was to drive several of the German tribes into France, Italy, and Spain, and even over into Britain. For it is from this stage in the world's history that we can trace the beginning of England, properly so called, just as the invasion of Gaul by the Franks at this time meant the beginning of French history. By the 8th century, the kingdom of the Franks extended all over France and included most of central Germany, while on Christmas Day 800, Charles the Great was crowned at Rome by the Pope Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, which professed to revive the glories of the old empire, but made a division between the temporal power held by the emperor and the spiritual power held by the Pope. One of the divisions of the Frankish Empire deserves attention because upon its fate rested the destinies of most of the nations of Western Europe. The kingdom of Burgundy, the buffer state between France and Germany, has now entirely disappeared except as the name of a wine. But having no natural boundaries, it was disputed between France and Germany for a long period, and it may be fairly said that the Franco-Prussian War was the last stage in its history up to the present. A similar state existed in the east of Europe, to wit, the Kingdom of Poland, which was equally indefinite in shape and has equally formed a subject of dispute between the nations of Eastern Europe. This, as is well known, only disappeared as an independent state in 1795, when it finally ceased to act as a buffer between Russia and the rest of Europe. Roughly speaking, after the settlement of the Germanic tribes within the confines of the empire, the history of Europe, and therefore its historical geography, may be summed up as a struggle for the possession of Burgundy and Poland. But there was an important interlude in the southwest of Europe, which must engage our attention as a symptom of a world historic change in the condition of civilization. During the course of the 7th and 8th centuries, roughly between 622 and 750, the inhabitants of the Arabian Peninsula burst the seclusion which they had held since the beginning, almost, of history, and, inspired by the zeal of the newly founded religion of Islam, spread their influence from India to Spain along the southern littoral of the Mediterranean. When they had once settled down, they began to recover the remnants of Greco-Roman science that had been lost on the north shores of the Mediterranean. The Christians of Syria used Greek for their sacred language, and accordingly, when the sultans of Baghdad desired to know something of the wisdom of the Greeks, they got Syriac-speaking Christians to translate some of the scientific works of the Greeks, first into Syriac and thence into Arabic. In this way they obtained a knowledge of the great works of Ptolemy, both in astronomy, which they regarded as the more important and therefore the greatest Almagest, and also in geography, though one can easily understand the great modifications which the strange names of Ptolemy must have undergone in being transcribed, first into Syriac and then into Arabic. We shall see later on some of the results of the Arabic Ptolemy. The conquests of the Arabs affected the knowledge of geography in a twofold way, by bringing about the Crusades and by renewing the acquaintance of the West with the east of Asia. The Arabs were acquainted with southeastern Africa as far south as Zanzibar and Sofala, though, following the views of Ptolemy as to the great unknown Southland, they imagined that these spread out into the Indian Ocean towards India. They seem even to have had some vague knowledge of the sources of the Nile. They were also acquainted with Ceylon, Java, and Sumatra, and they were the first people to learn the various uses to which the coconut can be put. Their merchants, too, visited China as early as the 9th century, and we have from their accounts some of the earliest descriptions of the Chinese, who were described by them as a handsome people, superior in beauty to the Indians, with fine dark hair, regular features, and very like the Arabs. We shall see later on how comparatively easy it was for a Mohammedan to travel from one end of the known world to the other, owing to the community of religion throughout such a vast area. Some words should perhaps be said on the geographical works of the Arabs. One of the most important of these, by Yakut, is in the form of a huge gazetteer arranged in alphabetical order. But the greatest geographical work of the Arabs is by Edrisi, geographer to King Roger of Sicily, 1154, who describes the world somewhat after the manner of Ptolemy, but with modifications of some interest. He divides the world into 7 horizontal strips, known as climates, and ranging from the equator to the British Isles. These strips are subdivided into 11 sections, so that the world, in Edrisi's conception, is like a chessboard, divided into 77 squares, and his work consists of an elaborate description of each of these squares, taken one by one, each climate being worked through regularly, so that you might get parts of France in the 8th and 9th squares, and other parts in the 16th and 17th. Such a method was not adapted to give a clear conception of separate countries, but this was scarcely Edrisi's object. When the Arabs, or indeed any of the ancient or medieval writers, wanted to describe a land, they wrote about the tribe or nation inhabiting it, and not about the position of the towns in it. In other words, they drew a marked distinction between ethnology and geography. But the geography of the Arabs had little or no influence upon that of Europe, which, so far as maps went, continued to be based on fancy instead of fact, almost up to the time of Columbus. Meanwhile, another movement had been going on during the 8th and 9th centuries, which helped make Europe what it is, and extended considerably the common knowledge of the northern European peoples. For the first time since the disappearance of the Phoenicians, a great naval power came into existence in Norway, and within a couple of centuries it had influenced almost the whole seacoast of Europe. The Vikings, or sea rovers, who kept their longships in the vikes, or fjords, of Norway, made vigorous attacks all along the coast of Europe, and in several cases formed stable governments, and so made, in a way, a sort of crust for Europe, preventing any further shaking of its human contents. In Iceland, in England, in Ireland, in Normandy, in Sicily, and at Constantinople, where they formed the Varangi, or bodyguard of the emperor, as well as in Russia and for a time in the Holy Land, Vikings or Normans founded kingdoms between which there was a lively interchange of visits and knowledge. They certainly extended their voyages to Greenland, and there is a good deal of evidence for believing that they traveled from Greenland to Labrador and Newfoundland. In the year 1001, an Icelander named Bjorn, sailing to Greenland to visit his father, was driven to the southwest and came to a country which they called Vinland, inhabited by dwarfs and having the shortest day of 8 hours, which would correspond roughly to 50 degrees north latitude. The Norsemen settled there, and as late as 1121 the Bishop of Greenland visited them in order to convert them to Christianity. There is little reason to doubt that this Vinland was on the mainland of North America, and the Norsemen were therefore the first Europeans to discover America. As late as 1380, 2 Venetians named Zeno visited Iceland and reported that there was a tradition there of a land named Estotaland, 1,000 miles west of the Faroe Islands and south of Greenland. The people were reported to be civilized and good seamen, though unacquainted with the use of the compass, while south of them were savage cannibals, and still more to the southwest, another civilized people who built large cities and temples, but offered up human victims in them. There seems to be here a dim knowledge of the Mexicans. The great difficulty in maritime discovery, both for the ancients and the men of the Middle Ages, was the necessity of keeping close to the shore. It is true they might guide themselves by the sun during the day and by the pole star at night, but if once the sky was overcast, they would become entirely at a loss for their bearings. Hence, the discovery of the polar tendency of the magnetic needle was a necessary prelude to any extended voyages away from land. This appears to have been known to the Chinese from quite ancient times and utilized on their junks as early as the 11th century. The Arabs who voyaged to Ceylon and Java appear to have learnt its use from the Chinese, and it is probably from them that the mariners of Barcelona first introduced its use into Europe. The first mention of it is given in a treatise on natural history by Alexander Neckham, foster brother of Richard Coeur de Lion. Another reference, in a satirical poem of the troubadour Guillaume of Provence, states that mariners can steer to the North Star without seeing it by following the direction of a needle floating in a straw in a basin of water, after it had been touched by a magnet. But little use, however, seems to have been made of this, for Brunetto Latini, Dante's tutor, when on a visit to Roger Bacon in 1258, states that the friar had shown him the magnet and its properties, but adds that, however useful the discovery, no master mariner would dare to use it, lest he should be thought to be a magician. Indeed, in the form in which it was first used, it would be of little practical utility, and it was not till the method was found of balancing it on a pivot and fixing it on a card, as at present used, that it became a necessary part of a sailor's outfit. This practical improvement is attributed to one Flavio Gioja of Amalfi at the beginning of the 14th century. When once the mariner's compass had come into general use, and its indications observed by master mariners in their voyages, a much more practical method was at hand for determining the relative positions of the different lands. Hitherto, geographers, mainly the Greeks and Arabs, had had to depend for fixing relative positions on the vague statements in the itineraries of merchants and soldiers. But now, with the aid of the compass, it was not difficult to determine the relative position of one point to another, while all the windings of a road could be fixed down on paper without much difficulty. Consequently, while the learned monks were content with the mixture of myth and fable which we have seen to have formed the basis of their maps of the world, the seamen of the Mediterranean were gradually building up charts of that sea and the neighboring lands, which varied but little from the true position. A chart of this kind was called a portulano, as giving information of the best routes from port to port, and Baron Nordenskiold has recently shown how all these portulani are derived from a single Catalan map which has been lost, but must have been compiled between 1266 and 1291. And yet there were some of the learned men who were not above taking instruction from the practical knowledge of the seamen. In 1339, one Angelico Dulcert of Majorca made an elaborate map of the world on the principle of the portulano, giving the coastline, at least of the Mediterranean, with remarkable accuracy. A little later, in 1375, a Jew of the same island, named Cresques, made an improvement on this by introducing into the eastern part of the map the recently acquired knowledge of Cathay, or China, due to the great traveler Marco Polo. His map, generally known as the Catalan map from the language of the inscriptions plentifully scattered over it, is divided into 8 horizontal strips, and on the preceding page will be found a reduced reproduction showing how very accurately the coastline of the Mediterranean was reproduced in these portulanos. With the portulanos, geographical knowledge once more came back to the lines of progress, by reverting to the representations of fact, and by giving an accurate representation of the coastline, enabled mariners to adventure more fearlessly and to return more safely, while they gave the means for recording any further knowledge. As we shall see, they aided Prince Henry the Navigator to start that series of geographical investigation which led to the discoveries that closed the Middle Ages. With them we may fairly close the history of medieval geography, so far as it professed to be a systematic branch of knowledge. We must now turn back and briefly sum up the additions to knowledge made by travelers, pilgrims, and merchants, and recorded in literary shape in the form of travels. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Story of Geographical Discovery, How the World Became Known, by Joseph Jacobs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Medieval Travels. In the Middle Ages, that is, in the 1,000 years between the irruption of the barbarians into the Roman Empire in the 5th century and the discovery of the New World in the 15th, the chief stages of history which affect the extension of men's knowledge of the world were the voyages of the Vikings in the 8th and 9th centuries, to which we have already referred, the Crusades in the 12th and 13th centuries, and the growth of the Mongol Empire in the 13th and 14th centuries. The extra knowledge obtained by the Vikings did not penetrate to the rest of Europe. That brought by the Crusades and their predecessors, the many pilgrimages to the Holy Land, only restored to Western Europe the knowledge already stored up in classical antiquity. But the effect of the extension of the Mongol Empire was of more wide-reaching importance, and resulted in the addition of knowledge about Eastern Asia which was not possessed by the Romans, and has only been surpassed in modern times during the present century. Toward the beginning of the 13th century, Chinggis Khan, leader of a small Tatar tribe, conquered most of Central and Eastern Asia, including China. Under his son Okkodai, these Mongol Tatars turned from China to the west, conquered Armenia, and one of the Mongol generals, named Batu, ravaged South Russia and Poland and captured Budapest, 1241. It seemed as if the prophesied end of the world had come, and the mighty nations Gog and Magog had at last burst forth to fulfill the prophetic words. But Okkodai died suddenly, and these armies were recalled. Universal terror seized Europe, and the Pope, as the head of Christendom, determined to send ambassadors to the Great Khan to ascertain his real intentions. He sent a friar named John of Planocarpini from Lyon in 1245 to the camp of Batu on the Volga, who passed him on to the court of the Great Khan at Karakorum, the capital of his empire, of which only the slightest trace is now left on the left bank of the Orkhon, some 100 miles south of Lake Baikal. Here for the first time they heard of a kingdom on the east coast of Asia, which was not yet conquered by the Mongols, and which was known by the name of Cathay. Fuller information was obtained by another friar, named William Ruysbroek, or Rubruki, a Fleming, who also visited Karakorum as an ambassador from St. Louis, and got back to Europe in 1255, and communicated some of his information to Roger Bacon. He says, quote, "These Cathayans are little fellows, speaking much through the nose, and is general with all those eastern people, their eyes are very narrow. The common money of Cathay consists of pieces of cotton paper, about a palm in length and breadth, upon which certain lines are printed, representing the seal of Mangu Khan. They do their writing with a pencil such as painters paint with, and a single character of theirs comprehends several letters so as to form a whole word." End quote. He also identifies these Cathayans with the Seres of the ancients. Ptolemy knew of these as possessing the land where the silk comes from, but he had also heard of the Sinai and failed to identify the two. It has been conjectured that the name of China came to the west by the sea voyage and is a Malay modification, while the names Seres and Cathayans came overland, and thus caused confusion. Other Franciscans followed these, and one of them, John of Montecorvino, settled at Khanbalig, imperial city, or Pekin, as archbishop, died 1358, while Friar Odoric of Pordenone, near Friuli, traveled in India and China between 1316 and 1330, and brought back an account of his voyage, filled with most marvelous mendacities, most of which were taken over bodily into the work attributed to Sir John Mandeville. The information brought back by these wandering friars fades, however, into insignificance before the extensive and accurate knowledge of almost the whole of Eastern Asia brought back to Europe by Marco Polo, a Venetian, who spent 18 years of his life in the East. His travels form an epoch in the history of geographical discovery, only second to the voyages of Columbus. In 1260, two of his uncles, named Niccolo and Maffeo Polo, started from Constantinople on a trading venture to the Crimea, after which they were led to visit Bokhara and thence on to the court of the Great Khan, Kublai, who received them very graciously, and being impressed with the desirability of introducing Western civilization into the new Mongolian Empire, he entrusted them with a message to the Pope, demanding 100 wise men of the West to teach the Mongolians the Christian religion and Western arts. The two brothers returned to their native place, Venice, in 1269, but found no pope to comply with the Great Khan's request, for Clement IV had died the year before, and his successor had not yet been appointed. They waited about for a couple of years till Gregory X was elected, but he only meagerly responded to the Great Khan's demands and instructed 2 Dominicans to accompany the Polos, who on this occasion took with them their young nephew Marco, a lad of 17. They started in November 1271, but soon lost the company of the Dominicans, who lost heart and went back. They went first to Ormuz at the mouth of the Persian Gulf, then struck northward through the Khorasan Balk to the Oxus, and then on to the plateau of Pamir. Thence they passed the great desert of Gobi, and at last reached Kublai in May 1275 at his summer residence in Kaiping Fu. Notwithstanding that they had not carried out his request, the Khan received them in a friendly manner, and was especially taken by Marco, whom he took into his own service, and quite recently a record has been found in the Chinese annals stating that in the year 1277 a certain Polo was nominated a second-class commissioner of the Privy Council. His duty was to travel on various missions to eastern Tibet, to Cochin China, and even to India. The Polos amassed much wealth owing to the Khan's favor, but found him very unwilling to let them return to Europe. Marco Polo held several important posts. For 3 years he was governor of the great city of Yanchao, and it seemed likely that he would die in the service of Kublai Khan. But, owing to a fortunate chance, they were at last enabled to get back to Europe. The Khan of Persia desired to marry a princess of the great Khan's family, to whom he was related, and as the young lady upon whom the choice fell could not be expected to undergo the hardships of the overland journey from China to Persia, it was decided to send her by sea round the coast of Asia. The Tatars were not good navigators, and the Polos at last obtained permission to escort the young princess on the rather perilous voyage. They started in 1292 from Zaitan, a port in Fukien, and after a voyage of over 2 years round the south coast of Asia, successfully carried the lady to her destined home, though she ultimately had to marry the son instead of the father, who had died in the interim. They took leave of her and traveled through Persia to their own place, which they reached in 1295. When they arrived at the ancestral mansion of the Polos, in their coarse dress of Tatar cut, their relatives for some time refused to believe that they were really the long-lost merchants. But the Polos invited them to a banquet, in which they dressed themselves in all their best, and put on new suits for every course, giving the clothes they had taken off to the servants. At the conclusion of the banquet, they brought forth the shabby dresses in which they had first arrived, and, taking sharp knives, began to rip up the seams, from which they took vast quantities of rubies, sapphires, carbuncles, diamonds, and emeralds, into which form they had converted most of their property. This exhibition naturally changed the character of the welcome they received from their relatives, who were then eager to learn how they had come by such riches. In describing the wealth of the great Khan, Marco Polo, who was the chief spokesman of the party, was obliged to use the numeral million to express the amount of his wealth and the number of the population over whom he ruled. This was regarded as part of the usual travelers' tales, and Marco Polo was generally known by his friends as Messer Marco Milione. Such a reception of his stories was no great encouragement to Marco to tell the tale of his remarkable travels. But in the year of his arrival at Venice, a war broke out between Genoa and the Queen of the Adriatic, in which Marco Polo was captured and cast into prison at Genoa. There he found as a fellow prisoner one Rusticano of Pisa, a man of some learning and a sort of predecessor of Sir Thomas Malory, since he had devoted much time to rewriting, in prose, abstracts of the many romances relating to the Round Table. These he wrote not in Italian, which can scarcely be said to have existed for literary purposes in those days, but in French, the common language of chivalry throughout Western Europe. While in prison with Marco Polo, he took down in French the narrative of the great traveler, and thus preserved it for all time. Marco Polo was released in 1299 and returned to Venice, where he died some time after the 9th of January 1334, the date of his will. Of the travels thus detailed in Marco Polo's book, and of their importance and significance in the history of geographical discovery, it is impossible to give any adequate account in this place. It will perhaps suffice if we give the summary of his claims made out by Colonel Sir Henry Yule, whose edition of his travels is one of the great monuments of English learning. Quote, "He was the first traveler to trace a route across the whole longitude of Asia, naming and describing kingdom after kingdom which he had seen with his own eyes. The deserts of Persia, the flowering plateau and wild gorges of Badakhshan, the jade-bearing rivers of Khotan, the Mongolian steppes, cradle of the power that had so lately threatened to swallow up Christendom, the new and brilliant court that had been established by Cambaluc, the first traveler to reveal China in all its wealth and vastness, its mighty rivers, its huge cities, its rich manufactures, its swarming population, the inconceivably vast fleets that quickened its seas and inland waters. To tell of the nations on its borders, with all their eccentricities of manners and worship, of Tibet with its sordid devotees, of Burma with its golden pagodas and their tinkling crowns, of Laos, of Siam, of Cochin China, of Japan, the eastern Thule, with its rosy pearls and golden-roofed palaces. The first to speak of that museum of beauty and wonder, still so imperfectly ransacked, the Indian archipelago, source of those aromatics then so highly prized, and whose origin was so dark. Of Java, the pearl of islands, of Sumatra with its many kings, its strange, costly products, and its cannibal races, of the naked savages of Nicobar and Andaman, of Ceylon, the island of gems, with its sacred mountains and its tomb of Adam, of India the Great, not as dreamland of Alexandrian fables, but as a country seen and personally explored, with its virtuous Brahmins, its obscene ascetics, its diamonds, and the strange tales of their acquisition, its seabeds of pearls, and its powerful sun. The first in medieval times to give any distinct account of the secluded Christian empire of Abyssinia and the semi-Christian island of Socotra. To speak, though indeed dimly, of Zanzibar with its negroes and its ivory, and of the vast and distant Madagascar, bordering on the dark ocean of the south with its ruck and other monstrosities, and in a remotely opposite region of Siberia and the Arctic Ocean, of dog sledges, white bears, and reindeer-riding Tunguses." Marco Polo's is thus one of the greatest names in the history of geography. It may, indeed, be doubted whether any other traveler has ever added so extensively to our detailed knowledge of the earth's surface. Certainly, up to the time of Mr. Stanley, no man had on land visited so many places previously unknown to civilized Europe. But the lands he discovered, though already fully populated, were soon to fall into disorder and to be closed to any civilizing influences. Nothing for a long time followed from these discoveries, and indeed almost up to the present day his accounts were received with incredulity, and he himself was regarded more as Marco Milione than as Marco Polo. Extensive as were Marco Polo's travels, they were yet exceeded in extent, though not in variety, by those of the greatest Arabian traveler, Muhammad ibn Battuta, a native of Tangier, who began his travels in 1334 as part of the ordinary duty of a good Mohammedan to visit the holy city of Mecca. While at Alexandria, he met a learned sage named Borhan Eden, to whom he expressed his desire to travel. Borhan said to him, "You must then visit my brother Farid Eden and my brother Rokan Eden in Sindhia, and my brother Borhan Eden in China. When you see them, present my compliments to them." Owing mainly to the fact that the Tatar princes had adopted Islamism instead of Christianity, after the failure of Gregory X to send Christian teachers to China, Ibn Battuta was ultimately enabled to greet all three brothers of Borhan Eden. Indeed, he performed a more extraordinary exploit, for he was enabled to convey the greetings of the Sheikh Kawan Eden, whom he met in China, to a relative of his residing in the Sudan. During the 30 years of his travels, he visited the Holy Land, Armenia, the Crimea, Constantinople, which he visited in company with a Greek princess who married one of the Tatar Khans, Bokhara, Afghanistan, and Delhi. Here he found favor with the Emperor Mohammed Inglak, who appointed him a judge and sent him on an embassy to China, at first overland, but as this was found too dangerous a route, he went ultimately from Calicut via Ceylon, the Maldives, and Sumatra to Zaitun, then the great port of China. Civil war having broken out, he returned by the same route to Calicut, but dared not face the emperor, and went on to Ormuz and Mecca, and returned to Tangier in 1349. But even then his taste for travel had not been exhausted. He soon set out for Spain and worked his way through Morocco, across the Sahara to the Sudan. He traveled along the Niger, which he took for the Nile, and visited Timbuktu. He ultimately returned to Fez in 1353, 28 years after he had set out on his travels. Their chief interest is in showing the wide extent of Islam in his day and the facilities which a common creed gave for extensive travel. But the account of his journeys was written in Arabic and had no influence on European knowledge, which indeed had little to learn from him after Marco Polo, except with regard to the Sudan. With him, the history of medieval geography may be fairly said to end, for within 80 years of his death began the activity of Prince Henry the Navigator, with whom the modern epoch begins. Meanwhile, India had become somewhat better known, chiefly by the travels of wandering friars, who visited it mainly for the sake of the shrine of St. Thomas, who was supposed to have been martyred in India. Mention should also be made of the early spread of the Nestorian Church throughout Central Asia. As early as the 7th century, the Syrian Christians who followed the views of Nestorius began spreading them eastward, founding sees in Persia and Turkestan, and ultimately spreading as far as Pekin. There was a certain revival of their missionary activity under the Mongol Khans, but the restricted nature of the language in which their reports were written prevented them from having any effect upon geographical knowledge, except in one particular, which is of some interest. The fate of the lost 10 tribes of Israel has always excited interest, and a legend arose that they had been converted to Christianity and existed somewhere in the East under a king who was also a priest and known as Prester John. Now, in the reports brought by some of the Nestorian priests westward, it was stated that one of the Mongol princes, named Ung Khan, had adopted Christianity, and as this in Syriac sounded something like John the Kohen, or priest, he was identified with the Prester John of legend, and for a long time one of the objects of travel in the East was to discover this Christian kingdom. It was, however, later ascertained that there did exist such a Christian kingdom in Abyssinia, and, as owing to the erroneous views of Ptolemy followed by the Arabs, Abyssinia was considered to spread towards farther India. The land of Prester John was identified in Abyssinia. We shall see later on how this error helped the progress of geographical discovery. The total addition of these medieval travels to geographical knowledge consisted mainly in the addition of a wider extent of land in China and the archipelago of Japan or Cipangu to the map of the world. The accompanying map displays the various travels and voyages of importance and will enable the reader to understand how students of geography, who added on to Ptolemy's estimate of the extent of the world east and west, the new knowledge acquired by Marco Polo, would still further decrease the distance westward between Europe and Cipangu, and thus prepare men for the voyage of Columbus. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the Story of Geographical Discovery, How the World Became Known, by Joseph Jacobs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Roads and Commerce. We have now conducted the course of our inquiries through ancient times and the Middle Ages up to the very eve of the great discoveries of the 15th and 16th centuries, and we have roughly indicated what men had learned about the earth during that long period, and how they learned it. But it still remains to consider by what means they arrived at their knowledge, and why they sought for it. To some extent we may have answered the latter question when dealing with the progress of conquest, but men did not conquer merely for the sake of conquest. We have still to consider the material advantages attaching to warfare. Again, when men go on their wars of discovery, they have to progress, for the most part, along paths already beaten for them by the natives of the country they intend to conquer. And often, when they have succeeded in warfare, they have to consolidate their rule by creating new and more appropriate means of communication. To put it shortly, we have still to discuss the roads of the ancient and medieval worlds, and the commerce for which those roads were mainly used. A road may be, for our purposes, most readily defined as the most convenient means of communication between two towns, and this logically implies that the towns existed before the roads were made, and in a fuller investigation of any particular roads, it will be necessary to start by investigating why men collect their dwellings at certain definite spots. In the beginnings, assemblies of men were made chiefly or altogether for defensive purposes, and the earliest towns were those which, from their natural position, like Athens or Jerusalem, could be most easily defended. Then again, religious motives often had their influence in early times, and towns would grow round temples or cloisters. But soon considerations of easy accessibility rule in the choice of settlements, and for that purpose, towns on rivers, especially at fords of rivers, as at Westminster, or in well-protected harbors like Naples, or in the center of a district as Nuremberg or Vienna, would form the most convenient places of meeting for exchange of goods. Both on a river or on the seashore, the best means of communication would be by ships or boats, but once such towns had been established, it would be necessary to connect them with one another by land routes, and these would be chiefly determined by the lie of the land. Where the mountains interfered, a large detour would have to be made, as, for example, around the Pyrenees. If rivers intervened, fords would have to be sought for, and a new town probably built at the most convenient place of passage. When once a recognized way had been found between any two places, the conservative instincts of man would keep it in existence, even though a better route were afterwards found. The influence of water communication is of paramount importance in determining the situation of towns in early times. The towns in the corners of bays like Archangel, Riga, Venice, Genoa, Naples, Tunis, Basra, Calcutta would naturally be the center points of the trade of the bay. On rivers, a suitable spot would be where the tides ended, like London, or at conspicuous bends of that stream, or at junctures with affluents as Koblenz or Khartoum. One nearly always finds important towns at the two ends of a peninsula, like Hamburg and Lübeck, Venice and Genoa, though for naval purposes it is desirable to have a station at the head of the peninsula to command both arms of the sea, as at Cherbourg, Sevastopol, and Gibraltar. Roads would then easily be formed across the base of the peninsula and to its extreme point. At first, the inhabitants of any single town would regard those of all others as their enemies, but after a time they would find it convenient to exchange some of their superfluities for those of their neighbors, and in this way trade would begin. Markets would become neutral ground in which mutual animosities would be, for a time, laid aside for the common advantage, and it would often happen that localities on the borderline of two states would be chosen as places for the exchange of goods, ultimately giving rise to the existence of a fresh town. As commercial intercourse increased, the very inaccessibility of fortress towns on the heights would cause them to be neglected for settlements in the valleys or by the riversides, and as a rule, roads pick out valleys or level ground for their natural course. For military purposes, however, it would sometimes be necessary to depart from the valley routes, and, as we shall see, the Roman roads paid no regard to these requirements. The earliest communication between nations, as we have seen, was that of the Phoenicians by sea. They founded factories or neutral grounds for trade at appropriate spots all along the Mediterranean coasts, and the Greeks soon followed their example in the Aegean and Black Seas. But at an early date, as we know from the Bible, caravan routes were established between Egypt, Syria, and Mesopotamia, and later on these were extended into farther Asia. But in Europe, the great road builders were the Romans. Rome owed its importance in the ancient world to its central position, at first in Italy, and then in the whole of the Mediterranean. It combined almost all the advantages necessary for a town. It was in the bend of a river, yet accessible from the sea. Its natural hills made it easily defensible, as Hannibal found out to his cost, while its central position in the Latin plain made it the natural resort of all the Latin traders. The Romans soon found it necessary to utilize their central position by rendering themselves accessible to the rest of Italy, and they commenced building those marvelous roads, which in most cases have remained, owing to their solid construction. Building is the proper word to use for it, for a Roman road is really a broad wall built in a deep ditch so as to come up above the level of the surface. Scarcely any amount of traffic would wear this solid substructure away, and to this day, throughout Europe, traces can be found of the Roman roads built nearly 2,000 years ago. As the Roman Empire extended, these roads formed one of the chief means by which the lords of the world were enabled to preserve their conquests. By placing a legion in a central spot, where many of these roads converged, they were enabled to strike quickly in any direction and overawe the country. Stations were naturally built along these roads, and to the present day many of the chief highways of Europe follow the course of the old Roman roads. Our modern civilization is, in a large measure, the outcome of this network of roads, and we can distinctly trace a difference in the culture of a nation where such roads never existed, as in Russia and Hungary, as contrasted with the west of Europe, where they formed the best means of communication. It was only in the neighborhood of these highways that the fullest information was obtained of the position of towns and the divisions of peoples, and a sketch map like the one already given of the chief Roman roads of antiquity gives also, as it were, a skeleton of the geographical knowledge summed up in the great work of Ptolemy. But of more importance for the future development of geographical knowledge were the great caravan routes of Asia, to which we must now turn our attention. Asia is the continent of plateaus which culminate in the steppes of the Pamirs, appropriately called by the inhabitants the roof of the world. To the east of these, four great mountain ranges run, roughly along the parallels of latitude. The Himalayas to the south, the Qinlun, Tian Shan, and Altai to the north. Between the Himalayas and the Qinlun is the great plateau of Tibet, which runs into a sort of cul-de-sac at its western end in Kashmir. Between the Qinlun and the Tian Shan we have the Gobi steppe of Mongolia, running west of Kashgar and Yarkand, while between the Tian Shan and the Altai we have the great Kyrgyz steppe. It is clear that only two routes are possible between eastern and western Asia, that between the Qinlun and the Tian Shan via Kashgar and Bokhara, and that south of the Altai, skirting the north of the great lakes Balkhash, Aral, and Caspian to the south of Russia. The former would lead to Bassora or Ormuz, and thence by sea or overland around Arabia to Alexandria. The latter and longer route would reach Europe via Constantinople. Communication between southern Asia and Europe would mainly be by sea along the coast of the Indies, taking advantage of the monsoons from Ceylon to Aden, and then by the Red Sea. Alexandria, Bassora, and Ormuz would thus naturally be the chief centers of eastern trade, while communication with the Mongols or with China would go along the two routes above mentioned, which appear to have existed during all historic time. It was by these latter routes that the Polos and the other medieval travelers to Cathay reached that far distant country. But, as we know from Marco Polo's travels, China could also be reached by the sea voyage, and for all practical purposes, in the late Middle Ages, when the Mongol Empire broke up and traffic through mid-Asia was not secure, communication with the East was via Alexandria. Now, it is important for our present inquiry to realize how largely Europe, after the Crusades, was dependent upon the East for most of the luxuries of life. Nothing produced by the looms of Europe could equal the silk of China, the calico of India, the muslin of Mosul. The chief gems which decorated the crowns of kings and nobles, the emerald, the topaz, the ruby, the diamond, all came from the East, mainly from India. The whole of medieval medical science was derived from the Arabs, who sought most of their drugs from Arabia or India. Even for the incense which burned upon the innumerable altars of Roman Catholic Europe, merchants had to seek the material in the Levant. For many of the more refined handicrafts, artists had to seek their best material from Eastern traders, such as shellac for varnish or mastic or artist colors, gamboge from Cambodia, ultramarine from lapis lazuli, while it was often necessary, under medieval circumstances, to have resort to the musk or opoponax of the East to counteract the odors resulting from the bad sanitary habits of the West. But above all, for the condiments which were most necessary for health, and certainly desirable for seasoning the salted food of winter and the salted fish of Lent, Europeans were dependent upon the spices of the Asiatic islands. In Hakluyt's great work on English Voyages and Navigations, he gives in his second volume a list, written out by an Aleppo merchant, William Barrett of 1584, of the places whence the chief staples of the Eastern trade came, and it will be interesting to give a selection from his long account. Quote, cloves from Malucco, Terranate, and Boina, by way of Java. Nutmegs from Banda. Maces from Banda, Java, and Malacca. Pepper common from Malabar. Cinnamon from Ceylon, or Ceylon. Spikenard from Zindi, or Scindi, and Lahore. Ginger sorotan from Surat, within Cambaya, the Bay of Bengal. Coral of Levant from Malabar. Salamoniac from Zindi and Cambaya. Camphora from Brimeo, or Borneo, near to China. Myrrha from Arabia Felix. Borazo, or borax, from Cambaya and Lahore. Ruvia to dye withal from Chalangi. Alumina de Rocca, rock alum, from China and Constantinople. Opoponax from Persia. Lignum aloes from Cochin China and Malacca. Laca, shellac, from Pegu and Balaguate. Agaricum from Alemannia. Bdellium from Arabia Felix. Tamarinde from Balsara, or Bassora. Saffron, from Balsara and Persia. Thus from Socotra, or Socotra. Nux vomica from Malabar. Sanguis draconis, dragon's blood, from Socotra. Musk from Tartary by way of China. Indico, or indigo, from Zindi and Cambaya. Silks fine from China. Castoreum, castor oil, from Almania. Mastic from Scio. Opium from Pugia, or Pegu, and Cambaya. Dates from Arabia Felix and Alexandria. Senna from Mecca. Gum arabic from Zafo, Jaffa. Ladanum, or laudanum, from Cyprus and Candia. Lapis lazuli from Persia. Or a pigmentum, gold paint, from the many places of Turkey. Rhubarb from Persia and China." These are only a few selections from Barrett's list, but will sufficiently indicate what a large number of household luxuries and even necessities were derived from Asia in the Middle Ages. The Arabs had practically the monopoly of this trade, and as Europe had scarcely anything to offer in exchange except its gold and silver coins, there was a continuous drain of the precious metals from west to east, rendering the sultans and caliphs continuously richer, and culminating in the splendors of Solomon the Magnificent. Alexandria was practically the center of all this trade, and most of the nations of Europe found it necessary to establish factories in that city to safeguard the interests of their merchants, who all sought for Eastern luxuries in its port. Benjamin of Tudela, a Jew who visited about 1172, gives the following description of it. Quote, "The city is very mercantile and affords an excellent market to all nations, People from all Christian kingdoms resort to Alexandria, from Valencia, Tuscany, Lombardy, Apulia, Amalfi, Sicilia, Ragovia, Catalonia, Spain, Roussillon, Germany, Saxony, Denmark, England, Flanders, Hainault, Normandy, France, Poitou, Anjou, Burgundy, Mediana, Provence, Genoa, Pisa, Gascony, Aragon, and Navarre. From the west you meet Mohammedans from Andalusia, Algarve, Africa, and Arabia, as well as from the countries toward India, Sevilla, Abyssinia, Nubia, Yemen, Mesopotamia, and Syria, besides Greeks and Turks. From India they import all sorts of spices, which are bought by Christian merchants. The city is full of bustle, and every nation has its own fonteco, or hostelry there." Of all these nations, the Italians had the shortest voyage to make before reaching Alexandria, and the eastern trade practically fell into their hands before the end of the 13th century. At first, Amalfi and Pisa were the chief ports, and, as we have seen, it was at Amalfi that the mariner's compass was perfected. But soon the two maritime towns at the heads of the two seas surrounding Italy came to the front, owing to the advantages of their natural position. Genoa and Venice for a long time competed with one another for the monopoly of this trade, but the voyage from Venice was more direct, and after a time Genoa had to content itself with the trade of Constantinople and the northern overland route from China. From Venice, the spices, the jewels, the perfumes, and stuffs of the East were transmitted north through Augsburg and Nuremberg to Antwerp and Bruges and the Hanse towns, receiving from them the gold they had gained by their fisheries and textile goods. England sent her wool to Italy in order to tickle her palate and her nose with the condiments and perfumes of the East. The wealth and importance of Venice were due almost entirely to this monopoly of the lucrative eastern trade. By the 15th century she had extended her dominions all along the lower valley of the Po into Dalmatia, parts of the Morea, and in Crete, till at last in 1489 she obtained possession of Cyprus, and thus had stations all the way from Aleppo or Alexandria to the north of the Adriatic. But just as she seemed to have reached the height of her prosperity, when the Aldi were the chief printers in Europe and the Bellini were starting the great Venetian school of painting, a formidable rival came to the front, who had been slowly preparing a novel method of competition in the eastern trade for nearly the whole of the 15th century. With that method begins the great epoch of modern geographical discovery. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Story of Geographical Discovery, How the World Became Known, by Joseph Jacobs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. To the Indies Eastward, Prince Henry and Vasco da Gama. Up to the 15th century, the inhabitants of the Iberian Peninsula were chiefly occupied in slowly moving back the tide of Mohammedan conquest, which had spread nearly throughout the country from 711 onwards. The last sigh of the Moor in Spain was to be uttered in 1492, an epoch-making year both in history and in geography. But Portugal, the western side of the peninsula, had got rid of her Moors at a much earlier date, more than 200 years before, though she found it difficult to preserve her independence from the neighboring kingdom of Castile. The attempt of King Juan of Castile to conquer the country was repelled by Joao, a natural son of the preceding king of Portugal, and in 1385 he became king and freed Portugal from any danger on the side of Castile by his victory at Aljubarrota. He married Philippa, daughter of John of Gaunt, and his third son, Henry, was destined to be the means of revolutionizing men's views of the inhabited globe. He first showed his mettle in the capture of Ceuta, opposite Gibraltar, at the time of the Battle of Agincourt, 1415, and by this means he first planted the Portuguese banner on the Moorish coast. This contact with the Moors may possibly have first suggested to Prince Henry the idea of planting similar factory fortresses among the Mussulmans of India. But whatever the cause, he began from about the year 1418 to devote all his thoughts and attention to the possibility of reaching India otherwise than through the known routes, and for that purpose established himself on the rocky promontory of Sagres, almost the most western spot on the continent of Europe. Here he established an observatory and a seminary for the training of theoretical and practical navigators. He summoned thither astronomers and cartographers and skilled seamen, while he caused stouter and larger vessels to be built for the express purpose of exploration. He perfected the astrolabe, the clumsy predecessor of the modern sextant, by which the latitude could be with some accuracy determined, and he equipped all his ships with a compass, by which their steering was entirely determined. He brought from Majorca, which, as we have seen, was the center of practical map-making in the 14th century, one Mester Jacme, a man very skillful in the art of navigation and in the making of maps and instruments. With his aid, and doubtless that of others, he set himself to study the problem of the possibility of a sea voyage to India around the coast of Africa. We have seen that Ptolemy, with true scientific caution, had left undefined the extent of Africa to the south, but Eratosthenes and many of the Roman geographers, even after Ptolemy, were not content with this agnosticism, but boldly assumed that the coast of Africa made a semicircular sweep from the right horn of Africa, just south of the Red Sea, with which they were acquainted, round to the northwestern shore near what we now term Morocco. If this were the fact, the voyage by the ocean along this sweep ashore would be even shorter than the voyage through the Mediterranean and Red Seas, while of course there would be no need for disembarking at the Isthmus of Suez. The writers who thus curtailed Africa of its true proportions assumed another continent south of it, which, however, was in the torrid zone and completely uninhabitable. Now, the northwest coast of Africa was known in Prince Henry's day as far as Cape Bojador. It would appear that Norman sailors had already advanced beyond Cape Non or Nun, which was so called because it was supposed that nothing existed beyond it. Consequently, the problems that Prince Henry had to solve were whether the coast of Africa tended sharply to the east after Cape Bojador, and whether the ideas of the ancients about the uninhabitability of the torrid zone were justified by the fact. He attempted to solve these problems by sending out, year after year, expeditions down the northwest coast of Africa, each of which penetrated farther than its predecessor. Almost at the beginning, he was rewarded by the discovery or rediscovery of Madeira in 1420 by João Gonçalves Sarco, one of the squires of his household. For some time he was content with occupying this and the neighboring island of Porto Santo, which, however, was ruined by the rabbits let loose upon it. On Madeira, vines from Burgundy were planted, and to this day form the chief industry of the island. In 1435 Cape Bojador was passed, and in 1441 Cape Branco discovered. 2 years later Cape Verde was reached and passed by Nuno Tristão, and for the first time there were signs that the African coast trended eastward. By this time Prince Henry's men had become familiar with the natives along the shore, and no less than 1,000 of them had been brought back and distributed amongst the Portuguese nobles as pages and attendants. In 1455, a Venetian named Alves Caramosto undertook a voyage still farther south for purposes of trade, the prince supplying the capital and covenanting for half profits on results. They reached the mouth of the Gambia, but found the natives hostile. Here, for the first time, European navigators lost sight of the pole star and saw the brilliant constellation of the Southern Cross. The last discovery made during Prince Henry's life was that of the Cape Verde Islands by one of his captains, Diogo Gomez, in 1460, the very year of his death. As the successive discoveries were made, they were jotted down by the prince's cartographers on portulanos, and just before his death, the King of Portugal sent to a Venetian monk, Fra Mauro, details of all discoveries up to that time to be recorded on a mappa mundi, a copy of which still exists. The impulse thus given by Prince Henry's patient investigation of the African coast continued long after his death. In 1471, Fernand de Poo discovered the island which now bears his name, while in the same year Pedro de Escobar crossed the equator. Wherever the Portuguese investigators landed, they left marks of their presence, at first by erecting crosses, then by carving on trees Prince Henry's motto, Talent de bien faire, and finally they adopted the method of erecting stone pillars, surmounted by a cross, and inscribed with the king's arms and names. These pillars were called padraos. In 1484, Diego Cam, a knight of the king's household, set up one of these pillars at the mouth of a large river, which he therefore called the Rio de Padrao. It was called by the natives the Zaire, and is now known as the River Congo. Diego Cam was, on this expedition, accompanied by Martin Behaim of Nuremberg, whose globe is celebrated in geographical history as the last record of the older views. Meanwhile, from one of the envoys of the native kings who visited the Portuguese court, information was received that far to the east of the countries hitherto discovered there was a great Christian king. This brought to mind the medieval tradition of Prester John, and accordingly the Portuguese determined to make a double attempt, both by sea and by land, to reach this monarch. By sea, the king sent 2 vessels under the command of Bartholomew Diaz, while by land he dispatched, in the following year, 2 men acquainted with Arabic, Pedro de Covilham and Alfonso de Paiva. Covilham reached Aden and there took ship for Calicut, being the first Portuguese to sail the Indian Ocean. He then returned to Sofala and obtained news of the island of the Moon, now known as Madagascar. With this information he returned to Cairo, where he found ambassadors from Jau, 2 Jews, Abraham of Beha and Joseph of Lamejo. These he sent back with the information that ships that sailed down the coast of Guinea would surely reach the end of Africa, and when they arrived in the Eastern Ocean they should ask for Sofala and the island of the Moon. Meanwhile, Covilham returned to the Red Sea and made his way into Abyssinia, where he married and settled down, transmitting from time to time information to Portugal which gave Europeans their first notions of Abyssinia. The voyage by land in search of Prester John had thus been completely successful, while at the same time information had been obtained giving certain hope for the voyage by sea. This had in its way been almost as successful, for Diaz had rounded the cape now known as the Cape of Good Hope, but to which he proposed giving the title of Cabo Tormentoso, or Stormy Cape. King Jau, however, recognizing that Diaz's voyage had put the seal upon the expectations with which Prince Henry had, 70 years before, started his series of explorations, gave it the more auspicious name by which it is now known. For some reason which has not been adequately explained, no further attempt was made for nearly 10 years to carry out the final consummation of Prince Henry's plan by sending out another expedition. In the meantime, as we shall see, Columbus had left Portugal, after a mean attempt had been made by the king to carry out his novel plan of reaching India without his aid, and just as a result, the discovery of a western voyage to the Indies, as it was then thought, had been successfully accomplished by Columbus in the service of the Catholic monarchs of Spain in 1492. This would naturally give pause to any attempt at reaching India by the more cumbersome route of coasting along Africa, which had turned out to be a longer process than Prince Henry had thought. 3 years after Columbus's discovery, King Jau died, and his son and successor Emmanuel did not take up the traditional Portuguese method of reaching India till the 3rd year of his reign. By this time it had become clear from Columbus's second voyage that there were more difficulties in the way of reaching the Indies by his method than had been thought, and the year after his return from his second voyage, in 1496, King Emmanuel determined on once more taking up the older method. He commissioned Vasco da Gama, a gentleman of his court, to attempt the eastward route to India with 3 vessels, carrying in all about 60 men. Already by this time Columbus's bold venture into the unknown seas had encouraged similar boldness in others, and instead of coasting down the whole extent to the western coast of Africa, da Gama steered direct for the Cape Verde Islands and thence out into the ocean till he reached the Bay of St. Helena, a little to the north of the Cape of Good Hope. For a time he was baffled in his attempt to round the Cape by the strong southeasterly winds, which blow there continually during the summer season. But at last he commenced coasting along the eastern shores of Africa, and at every suitable spot he landed some of his sailors to make inquiries about Covilham and the court of Prester John. But in every case he found the ports inhabited by fanatical Moors, who, as soon as they discovered that their visitors were Christians, attempted to destroy them, and refused to supply them with pilots for the further voyage to India. This happened at Mozambique, at Quiloa, and at Mombasa, and it was not till he arrived at Melinda that he was enabled to obtain provisions and a pilot, Malamocana, an Indian of Gujarat, who was quite familiar with the voyage to Calicut. Under his guidance, Gama's fleet went from Melinda to Calicut in 23 days. Here the Zamorin, or Sea King, displayed the same antipathy to his Christian visitors. The Mohammedan traders of the place recognized at once the dangerous rivalry which the visit of the Portuguese implied, with their monopoly of the eastern trade, and represented Gama and his followers as merely pirates. Vasco, however, by his firm behavior, managed to evade the machinations of his trade rivals, and induced the Zamorin to regard favorably an alliance with the Portuguese king. Contenting himself with this result, he embarked again, and after visiting Melinda, the only friendly spot he had found on the east coast of Africa, he returned to Lisbon in September 1499, having spent no less than 2 years on the voyage. King Emmanuel received him with great favor, and appointed him Admiral of the Indies. The significance of Vasco da Gama's voyage was at once seen by the persons whose trade monopoly it threatened, the Venetians and the Sultan of Egypt. Priuli, the Venetian chronicler, reports, "When this news reached Venice, the whole city felt it greatly, and remained stupefied, and the wisest held it as the worst news that had ever arrived." As indeed they might, for it prophesied the downfall of the Venetian Empire. The Sultan of Egypt was equally moved, for the greatest source of his riches was derived from the duty of 5% which he levied on all merchandise entering his dominions, and 10% upon all goods exported from them. Hitherto there had been all manner of bickerings between Venice and Egypt, but this common danger brought them together. The Sultan represented to Venice the need of common action in order to drive away the new commerce, but Egypt was without a navy, and had indeed no wood suitable for shipbuilding. The Venetians took the trouble to transmit wood to Cairo, which was then carried by camels to Suez, where a small fleet was prepared to attack the Portuguese on their next visit to the Indian Ocean. The Portuguese had, in the meantime, followed up Vasco da Gama's voyage with another attempt, which was in its way even more important. In 1500 the king sent no less than 13 ships under the command of Pedro Alvarez Cabral, with Franciscans to convert, and 1,200 fighting men to overawe the Moslems of the Indian Ocean. He determined on steering even a more westerly course than Vasco da Gama, and when he arrived in 17 degrees south of the line, he discovered land which he took possession of in the name of Portugal, and named Santa Cruz. The actual cross which he erected on this occasion is still preserved in Brazil, for Cabral had touched upon the land now known by that name. It is true that one of Columbus's companions, Pinzon, had already touched upon the coast of Brazil before Cabral, but it is evident from his experience that, even apart from Columbus, the Portuguese would have discovered the New World sooner or later. It is, however, to be observed that, in stating this, as all historians do, they leave out of account the fact that, but for Columbus, sailors would still have continued the old course of coasting along the shore, by which they would never have left the Old World. Cabral lost several of his ships and many of his men, and though he brought home a rich cargo, was not regarded as successful. And Vasco da Gama was again sent out with a large fleet in 1502, with which he conquered the Zamorin of Calicut and obtained rich treasures. In subsidiary voyages, the Portuguese navigators discovered the islands of St. Helena, Ascension, the Seychelles, Socotra, Tristan da Cunha, the Maldives, and Madagascar. Meanwhile, King Emmanuel was adopting the Venetian method of colonization, which consisted in sending a vice-doge to each of the colonies for a term of 2 years, during which his duty was to encourage trade and collect tribute. In a similar way, Emmanuel appointed a viceroy for his eastern trade, and in 1505 Almeida had settled in Ceylon with a view to monopolizing the cinnamon trade of that place. But the greatest of the Portuguese viceroys was Alfonso de Albuquerque, who captured the important post of Goa on the mainland of India, which still belongs to Portugal, and the port of Ormuz, which we have seen was one of the centers of the eastern trade. Even more important was the capture of the Moluccas, or Spice Islands, which were discovered in 1511 after the Portuguese had seized Malacca. By 1521 the Portuguese had full possession of the Spice Islands, and thus held the trade of condiments entirely in their own hands. The result was seen soon in the rise of prices in the European markets. Whereas at the end of the 15th century, pepper, for instance, was about 17 shillings a pound, from 1521 and onwards its average price grew to be 25 shillings, and so with almost all the ingredients by which food could be made more tasty. One of the circumstances, however, which threw the monopoly into the hands of the Portuguese was the seizure of Egypt in 1521 by the Turks under Selim I, which would naturally derange the course of trade from its old route through Alexandria. From the Moluccas, easy access was found to China, and ultimately to Japan, so that the Portuguese, for a time, held in their hands the whole of the eastern trade, on which Europe depended for most of its luxuries. As we shall see, the Portuguese only won by a neck, if we may use a sporting expression, in the race for the possession of the Spice Islands. In the very year they obtained possession of them, Magellan, on his way around the world, had reached the Philippines within a few hundred miles of them, and his ship, the Victoria, actually sailed through them that year. In fact, 1521 is a critical year in the discovery of the world, for both the Spanish and Portuguese, the two nations who had attempted to reach the Indies eastward and westward, arrived at the goal of their desires, the Spice Islands, in that same year, while the closure of Egypt to commerce occurred opportunely to divert the trade into the hands of the Portuguese. Finally, the year 1521 was signalized by the death of King Emmanuel of Portugal, under whose auspices the work of Prince Henry the Navigator was completed. It must here be observed that we are again anticipating matters. As soon as the discovery of the New World was announced, the Pope was appealed to determine the relative shares of Spain and Portugal in the discoveries, which would clearly follow upon Columbus's voyage. By his bull dated 4th May 1493, Alexander VI granted all discoveries to the west to Spain, leaving it to be understood that all to the east belonged to Portugal. The line of demarcation was an imaginary one, drawn from pole to pole, and passing 100 leagues west of the Azores and Cape Verde Islands, which were supposed, in the inaccurate geography of the time, to be in the same meridian. In the following year the Portuguese monarch applied for a revision of the Rhea, as this would keep him out of all discovered in the New World altogether, and the line of demarcation was then shifted 270 leagues westward, or altogether 1,110 miles west of the Cape Verdes. By a curious coincidence, within 6 years Cabral had discovered Brazil, which fell within the angle thus cut off by the Rhea from South America. Or was it entirely a coincidence? May not Cabral have been directed to take this unusually westward course in order to ascertain if any land fell within the Portuguese claims? When, however, the Spice Islands were discovered, it remained to be discussed whether the line of demarcation, when continued on the other side of the globe, brought them within the Spanish or Portuguese sphere of influence, as we would say nowadays. By a curious chance, they happened to be very near the line, and with the inaccurate maps of the period, a pretty subject of quarrel was afforded between the Portuguese and Spanish commissioners who met at Badajoz to determine the question. This was left undecided by the junta, but by a family compact in 1529, Charles V ceded to his brother-in-law, the King of Portugal, any rights he might have to the Moluccas for the sum of 350,000 gold ducats, while he himself retained the Philippines, which had been Spanish ever since. By this means the Indian Ocean became, for all trade purposes, a Portuguese lake throughout the 16th century, as will be seen from the preceding map showing the trading stations of the Portuguese all along the shores of the ocean. But they only possessed their monopoly for 50 years, for in 1580 the Spanish and Portuguese crowns became united on the head of Philip II, and by the time Portugal recovered its independence in 1640, serious rivals had arisen to compete with her and Spain for the monopoly of the eastern trade. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of the Story of Geographical Discovery, How the World Became Known, by Joseph Jacobs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, To the Indies Westward, the Spanish Route, Columbus and Magellan. While the Portuguese had, with slow persistency, devoted nearly a century to carrying out Prince Henry's idea of reaching the Indies by the eastward route, a bold yet simple idea had seized upon a Genoese sailor, which was intended to achieve the same purpose by sailing westward. The ancients, as we have seen, had recognized the rotundity of the earth, and Eratosthenes had even recognized the possibility of reaching India by sailing westward. Certain traditions of the Greeks and the Irish had placed mysterious islands far out to the west in the Atlantic, and that great philosopher Plato had imagined a country named Atlantis far out in the Indian Ocean, where men were provided with all the gifts of nature. These views of the ancients came once more to the attention of the learned, owing to the invention of printing and the revival of learning, when the Greek masterpieces began to be made accessible in Latin, chiefly by fugitive Greeks from Constantinople, which had been taken by the Turks in 1453. Ptolemy's Geography was printed at Rome in 1462, and with maps in 1478. But even without the maps, the calculation which he had made of the length of the known world tended to shorten the distance between Portugal and farther India by 2,500 miles. Since his time, the travels of Marco Polo had added to the knowledge of Europe the vast extent of Cathay and the distant islands of Zipangu, or Japan, which would again reduce the distance by another 1,500 miles. As the Greek geographers had somewhat underestimated the whole circuit of the globe, it would thus seem that Zipangu was not more than 4,000 miles to the west of Portugal. As the Azores were considered to be much farther off from the coast than they really were, it might easily seem to an enthusiastic mind that farther India might be reached when 3,000 miles of ocean had been traversed. This was the notion that seized the mind of Christopher Columbus, born at Genoa in 1446, of humble parentage, his father being a weaver. He seems to have obtained sufficient knowledge to enable him to study the works of the learned and of the ancients in Latin translations, but in his early years he devoted his attention to obtaining a practical acquaintance with seamanship. In his day, as we have seen, Portugal was the center of geographical knowledge, and he and his brother Bartolomeo, after many voyages north and south, settled at last in Lisbon, his brother as a mapmaker and himself as a practical seaman. This was about the year 1473, and shortly afterwards he married Felipa Moniz, daughter of Bartolomeo Perestrello, an Italian in the service of the King of Portugal, and for some time governor of Madeira. Now it chanced just at this time that there was a rumor in Portugal that a certain Italian philosopher named Toscanelli had put forth views as to the possibility of a westward voyage to Cathay or China, and the Portuguese king had, through a monk named Martinez, applied to Toscanelli to know his views, which were given in a letter dated 25th June 1474. It would appear that, quite independently, Columbus had heard the rumor and applied to Toscanelli, for in the latter's reply he, like a good businessman, shortened his answer by giving a copy of the letter he had recently written to Martinez. What was more important and more useful, Toscanelli sent a map showing the hours or degrees, the probable distance between Spain and Cathay westward. By adding the information given by Marco Polo to the incorrect views of Ptolemy about the breadth of the inhabited world, Toscanelli reduced the distance from the Azores to 52 degrees or 3,120 miles. Columbus always expressed his indebtedness to Toscanelli's map for his guidance, and, as we shall see, depended upon it very closely, both in steering and in estimating the distance to be traversed. Unfortunately, the map has been lost, but from a list of geographical positions, with latitude and longitude, founded upon it, modern geographers have been able to restore it in some detail, and a simplified sketch of it may be here inserted, as perhaps the most important document in Columbus's career. Certainly, whether he had the idea of reaching the Indies by a westward voyage before or not, he adopted Toscanelli's views with enthusiasm, and devoted his whole life henceforth to trying to carry them into operation. He gathered together all the information he could get about the fabled islands of the Atlantic, the island of St. Brandon, where that Irish saint found happy mortals, and the island of Antilla, imagined by others, with its 7 cities. He gathered together all the gossip he could hear of mysterious corpses cast ashore on the Canaries and resembling no race of men known to Europe, of huge canes found on the shores of the same islands, evidently carved by man's skill. Curiously enough, these pieces of evidence were logically rather against the existence of a westward route to the Indies than not, since they indicated an unknown race, but to an enthusiastic mind like Columbus's, anything helped to confirm him in his fixed idea, and besides he could always reply that these material signs were from the unknown island of Zipangu, which Marco Polo had described as at some distance from the shores of Cathay. He first approached, as was natural, the King of Portugal, in whose land he was living, and whose traditional policy was directed to maritime exploration. But the Portuguese had, for half a century, been pursuing another method of reaching India, and were not inclined to take up the novel idea of a stranger, which would traverse their long-continued policy of coasting down Africa. A hearing, however, was given to him, but the report was unfavorable, and Columbus had to turn his eyes elsewhere. There is a tradition that the Portuguese monarch and his advisers thought rather more of Columbus's ideas at first, and attempted secretly to put them into execution, but the pilot to whom they entrusted the proposed voyage lost heart as soon as he lost sight of land, and returned with an adverse verdict on the scheme. It is not known whether Columbus heard of this mean attempt to forestall him, but we find him in 1487 being assisted by the Spanish court, and from that time for the next 5 years he was occupied in attempting to induce the Catholic monarchs of Spain, Ferdinand and Isabella, to allow him to try his novel plan of reaching the Indies. The final operations in expelling the Moors from Spain just then engrossed all their attention and all their capital, and Columbus was reduced to despair and was about to give up all hopes of succeeding in Spain, when one of the great financiers, a converted Jew named Luis de Santiago, offered to find means for the voyage, and Columbus was recalled. On the 19th of April, 1492, articles were signed, by which Columbus received from the Spanish monarchs the titles of Admiral and Viceroy of all the lands he might discover, as well as 1/10 of all the tribute to be derived from them, and on Friday the 3rd of August in the same year he set sail in 3 vessels entitled the Santa Maria, the flagship, the Pinta, and the Nina. He started from the port of Palos, first for the Canary Islands. These he left on the 6th of September and steered due west. On the 13th of that month, Columbus observed that the needle of the compass pointed due north, and thus drew attention to the variability of the compass. By the 21st September, his men became mutinous and tried to force him to return. He induced them to continue, and 4 days afterwards the cry of "Land! Land!" was heard, which kept up their spirits for several days, till, on the 1st of October, large numbers of birds were seen. By that time Columbus had reckoned that he had gone some 710 leagues from the Canaries, and if Cipango were in the position that Toscanelli's map gave it, he ought to have been in its neighborhood. It was reckoned in those days that a ship on average could make 4 knots an hour, dead reckoning, which would give about 100 miles a day, so that Columbus might reckon on passing over the 3,100 miles which he thought intervened between the Azores and Japan in about 33 days. All through the early days of October his courage was kept up by various signs of the nearness of land, birds and branches, while on the 11th of October at sunset they sounded and found bottom, and at 10 o'clock Columbus, sitting in the stern of his vessel, saw a light, the first sure sign of land after 35 days, and in near enough approximation to Columbus's reckoning to confirm him in the impression that he was approaching the mysterious land of Zipangu. Next morning they landed on an island, called by the natives Guanahane, and by Columbus San Salvador. This has been identified as Watling Island. His first inquiry was as to the origin of the little plates of gold which he saw in the ears of the natives. They replied that they came from the west, another confirmation of his impression. Steering westward, they arrived at Cuba, and afterwards at Haiti, St. Domingo. Here, however, the Santa Maria sank, and Columbus determined to return to bring the good news, after leaving some of his men at a fort in Haiti. The return journey was made in the Nina in even shorter time to the Azores, but afterwards severe storms arose, and it was not until the 15th of March, 1493, that he reached Palos, after an absence of 7½ months, during which everybody thought that he and his ships had disappeared. He was naturally received with great enthusiasm by the Spaniards, and after a solemn entry at Barcelona, he presented to Ferdinand and Isabella the store of gold and curiosities carried by some of the natives of the islands he had visited. They immediately set about fitting out a much larger fleet of 7 vessels, which started from Cadiz, 25th September, 1493. He took a more southerly course, but again reached the islands now known as the West Indies. On visiting Haiti, he found the fort destroyed and no traces of the men he had left there. It is needless for our purposes to go through the miserable squabbles which occurred on this and his subsequent voyages, which resulted in Columbus's return to Spain in chains and disgrace. It is only necessary for us to say that in his 3rd voyage, in 1498, he touched on Trinidad and saw the coast of South America, which he supposed to be the region of the terrestrial paradise. This was placed by the medieval maps at the extreme east of the Old World. Only on his 4th voyage, in 1502, did he actually touch the mainland, coasting along the shores of Central America in the neighborhood of Panama. After many disappointments, he died 20th May 1506 at Valladolid, believing, as far as we can judge, to the day of his death, that what he had discovered was what he set out to seek, a westward route to the Indies, though his proud epitaph indicates the contrary. A Castilla y a León, Nuevo Mundo dio Colón. To Castile and to León, a new world gave Colón. Columbus's Spanish name was Cristobal Colón. To this day, his error is enshrined in the name we give to the Windward and Antilles Islands, West Indies. In other words, the Indies reached by the westward route. If they had been the Indies at all, they would have been the most easterly of them. Even if Columbus had discovered a new route to farther India, he could not, as we have seen, claim the merit of having originated the idea, which, even in detail, he had taken from Toscanelli. But his claim is even a greater one. He it was who first dared to traverse unknown seas without coasting along the land, and his example was the immediate cause of all the remarkable discoveries that followed his earlier voyages. As we have seen, both Vasco da Gama and Cabral immediately after departed from the slow coasting route and were by that means enabled to carry out to the full the ideas of Prince Henry. But whereas by the Portuguese method of coasting it had taken nearly a century to reach the Cape of Good Hope, within 30 years of Columbus's first venture, the whole globe had been circumnavigated. The first aim of his successors was to ascertain more clearly what it was that Columbus had discovered. Immediately after Columbus's third voyage in 1498, and after the news of Vasco da Gama's successful passage to the Indies had made it necessary to discover some strait leading from the West Indies to India itself, a Spanish gentleman named Hojeda fitted out an expedition at his own expense, with an Italian pilot on board named Amerigo Vespucci, and tried once more to find a strait to India near Trinidad. They were, of course, unsuccessful, but they coasted along and landed on the north coast of South America, which, from certain resemblances, they termed Little Venice, or Venezuela. Next year, as we have seen, Cabral, in following Vasco da Gama, hit upon Brazil, which turned out to be within the Portuguese sphere of influence, as determined by the line of demarcation. But 3 months previous to Cabral's touching upon Brazil, one of Columbus's companions on his first voyage, Vicente Yanez Pinzon, had touched on the coast of Brazil, 8 degrees south of the line, and from there had worked northward, seeking for a passage which would lead west to the Indies. He discovered the mouth of the Amazon, but, losing 2 of his vessels, returned to Palos, which he reached in September 1500. This discovery of an unknown and unsuspected continent so far south of the line created great interest, and shortly after Cabral's return, Amerigo Vespucci was sent out in 1501 by the King of Portugal as the pilot of a fleet which should explore the new land discovered by Cabral and claim it for the crown of Portugal. His instructions were to ascertain how much of it was within the line of demarcation. Vespucci reached the Brazilian coast at Cape St. Roque, and then explored it very thoroughly right down to the river La Plata, which was too far west to come within the Portuguese sphere. Amerigo and his companions struck out southeastward till they reached the island of St. Georgia, 1,200 miles east of Cape Horn, where the cold and the floating ice drove them back, and they returned to Lisbon after having gone farthest south up to their time. This voyage of Amerigo threw a new light upon the nature of the discovery made by Columbus. Whereas he had thought he had discovered a route to India and had touched upon farther India, Amerigo and his companions had shown that there was a hitherto unexpected land intervening between Columbus's discoveries and the long-desired Spice Islands of farther India. Amerigo, in describing his discoveries, ventured so far as to suggest that they constituted a new world, and a German professor named Martin Waldseemüller, who wrote an introduction to cosmography in 1506, which included an account of Amerigo's discoveries, suggested that this new world should be called after him America, after the analogy of Asia, Africa, and Europe. For a long time, the continent which we now know as South America was called simply the New World, and was supposed to be joined on to the east coast of Asia. The name America was sometimes applied to it, not altogether inappropriately, since it was Amerigo's voyage which definitely settled that really new lands had been discovered by the western route, and when it was further ascertained that this new land was joined not to Asia, but to another continent as large as itself, the two new lands were distinguished as North and South America. It was at any rate clear from Amerigo's discovery that the westward route to the Spice Islands would have to be through or around this new world discovered by him, and the Portuguese noble, named for now Magellan, was destined to discover the practicality of this route. He had served his native country under Almeida and Albuquerque in the East Indies, and was present at the capture of Malacca in 1511, and from that port was dispatched by Albuquerque with 3 ships to visit the far-famed Spice Islands. They visited Amboyna and Banda, and learned enough of the abundance and cheapness of the spices of the islands to recognize their importance. But under the direction of Albuquerque, who only sent them out on an exploring expedition, they returned to him, leaving behind them, however, one of Magellan's greatest friends, Francisco Serrao, who settled in Ternate and from time to time sent glowing accounts of the Moluccas to his friend Magellan. He, in the meantime, returned to Portugal and was employed on an expedition to Morocco. He was not, however, well treated by the Portuguese monarch, and determined to leave his service for that of Charles V, though he made it a condition of his entering his service that he should make no discoveries within the boundaries of the King of Portugal, and do nothing prejudicial to his interests. This was in the year 1517, and 2 years elapsed before Magellan started out on his celebrated voyage. He had represented to the emperor that he was convinced that a strait existed which would lead to the Indian Ocean past the New World of Amerigo, and that the Spice Islands were beyond the line of demarcation and within the Spanish sphere of influence. There is some evidence that Spanish merchant vessels, trading secretly to obtain Brazil wood, had already caught sight of the strait afterwards named after Magellan, and certainly such a strait is represented on Schoner's globes dated 1515 and 1520, earlier than Magellan's discovery. The Portuguese were fully aware of the dangers threatened to their monopoly of the spice trade, which by this time had been firmly established, owing to the presence of Serrao and Ternate, and did all in their power to dissuade Charles from sending out the threatened expedition, pointing out that they would consider it an unfriendly act if such an expedition were permitted to start. Notwithstanding this, the emperor persisted in the project, and on Tuesday, the 20th of September, 1519, a fleet of 5 vessels, the Trinidad, St. Antonio, Concepcion, Victoria, and St. Jago, manned by a heterogeneous collection of Spaniards, Portuguese, Basques, Genoese, Sicilians, French, Flemings, Germans, Greeks, Neapolitans, Corfiotes, Negroes, Malays, and a single Englishman, Master Andrew of Bristol, started from Seville on perhaps the most important voyage of discovery ever made. So great was the antipathy between Spanish and Portuguese that disaffection broke out almost from the start, and after the mouth of the La Plata had been carefully explored to ascertain whether this was not really the beginning of a passage through the New World, a mutiny broke out on the 2nd of April, 1520, in Port St. Julian, where it had been determined to winter. For of course by this time the sailors had become aware that the time of the seasons was reversed in the southern hemisphere. Magellan showed great firmness and skill in dealing with the mutiny. Its chief leaders were either executed or marooned, and on the 18th October he resumed his voyage. Meanwhile, the habits and customs of the natives had been observed, their huge height and uncouth foot coverings, for which Magellan gave them the name Patagonians. Within 3 days they had arrived at the entrance of the passage which still bears Magellan's name. By this time, one of the ships, the St. Jago, had been lost, and it was with only 4 of his vessels, the Trinidad, the Victoria, the Concepcion, and the St. Antonio, that Magellan began his passage. There are many twists and divisions in the strait, and on arriving at one of the partings, Magellan dispatched the St. Antonio to explore it, while he proceeded with 3 other ships along the more direct route. The pilot of the St. Antonio had been one of the mutineers, and persuaded the crew to seize this opportunity to turn back altogether, so that when Magellan arrived at the appointed place of junction, no news could be ascertained of the missing vessel. It went straight back to Portugal. Magellan determined to continue his search, even, he said, if it came to eating the leather thongs on the sails. It had taken him 38 days to get through the straits, and for 4 months afterwards Magellan continued his course through the ocean, which from its calmness he called the Pacific, taking a northwesterly course, and thus, by a curious chance, only hitting upon a couple of small uninhabited islands throughout the whole voyage, through a sea which we now know to be dotted by innumerable inhabited islands. On the 6th of March, 1520, they had sighted the Ladrones and obtained much-needed provisions. Scurvy had broken out in its severest form, and the only Englishmen on the ships died at the Ladrones. From there they went on to the islands now known as the Philippines, one of the kings of which greeted them very favorably. As a reward, Magellan undertook one of his local quarrels, and fell in an unequal fight at Mactan, 27th April, 1521. 3 vessels continued their course for the Moluccas, but the Concepcion proved so unseaworthy that they had to beach and burn her. They reached Borneo, and here Juan Sebastian del Cano was appointed captain of the Victoria. At last, on the 6th of November, 1521, they reached the goal of their journey and arrived at Tidor, one of the Moluccas. They traded on very advantageous terms with the natives, and filled their holds with the spices and nutmegs for which they had journeyed so far. But when they attempted to resume their journey homeward, it was found that the Trinidad was too unseaworthy to proceed at once, and it was decided that the Victoria should start so as to get the east monsoon. This she did, and after the usual journey around the Cape of Good Hope, arrived off the mole of Seville on Monday, the 8th of September, 1522, 3 years all but 12 days from the date of their departure from Spain. Of the 270 men who had started with the fleet, only 18 returned in the Victoria. According to the ship's reckoning, they had arrived on Sunday the 7th, and for some time it was a puzzle to account for the day thus lost. Meanwhile, the Trinidad, which had been left behind at the Moluccas, had attempted to sail back to Panama, and reached as far north as 43 degrees, somewhere about the longitude 175 west. Here provisions failed them, and they had to return to the Moluccas, where they were seized, practically as pirates, by a fleet of Portuguese vessels sent especially to prevent interference by the Spaniards with the Portuguese monopoly of the spice trade. The crew of the Trinidad were seized and made prisoners, and ultimately only 4 of them reached Spain again, after many adventures. 13 others who had landed at the Cape de Verde Islands from the Victoria may also be included among the survivors of the fleet, so that the total number of 35 out of 270 sums up the number of the first circumnavigators of the globe. The importance of this voyage was unique when regarded from the point of view of geographical discovery. It decisively clinched the matter with regard to the existence of an entirely new world, independent from Asia. In particular, the backward voyage of the Trinidad, which has rarely been noticed, had shown that there was a wide expanse of ocean north of the line and east of Asia, whilst the previous voyage had shown the enormous extent of sea south of the line. After the circumnavigation of the Victoria, it was clear to cosmographers that the world was much larger than had been imagined by the ancients, or rather, perhaps one may say that Asia was smaller than had been thought by the medieval writers. the dogged persistence shown by Magellan in carrying out his idea, which turned out to be a perfectly justifiable one, raises him from this point of view to a greater height than Columbus, whose month's voyage brought him exactly where he thought he would find land according to Toscanelli's map. After Magellan's, as will be seen, the whole coastlines of the world were roughly known, except for the Arctic Circle and for Australia. The emperor was naturally delighted with the results of the voyage. He granted Del Cano a pension and a coat of arms commemorating his services. The terms of the grant are very significant. Ore, 2 cinnamon sticks saltare proper, 3 nutmegs and 12 cloves, a chief gules, a castle, or crest, a globe, bearing the motto Primus circumdedisti me, thou wert the first to go around me, supporters, 2 Malay kings, crowned, holding in the exterior hand a spice branch proper. The castle, of course, refers to Castile, but the rest of the blazon indicates the importance attributed to the voyage as resting mainly upon the visit to the Spice Islands. As we have already seen, however, the Portuguese recovered their position in the Moluccas immediately after the departure of the Victoria, and 7 years later Charles V gave up any claims he might possess through Magellan's visit. But for a long time afterwards the Spaniards still cast longing eyes upon the Spice Islands, and the Fuggers, the great bankers of Augsburg, who financed the Spanish monarch, for a long time attempted to get possession of Peru, with the scarcely disguised object of making it a jumping place from which to make a fresh attempt at obtaining possession of the Moluccas. A modern parallel will doubtless occur to the reader. There are thus 3 stages to be distinguished in the successive discovery and delimitation of the New World. 1. At first Columbus imagined that he had actually reached Cipangu or Japan and achieved the object of his voyage. 2. Then Amerigo Vespucci, by coasting down South America, ascertained that there was a huge unknown land intervening even between Columbus's discoveries and the long-desired Spice Islands. 3. Magellan clinches this view by traversing the southern Pacific for thousands of miles before reaching the Moluccas. There is still a 4th stage by which it was gradually discovered that the northwest of America was not joined on to Asia, but this stage was only gradually reached and finally determined by the voyages of Bering and Cook. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Story of Geographic Discovery, How the World Became Known, by Joseph Jacobs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, To the Indies Northward, English, French, Dutch, and Russian Routes. The discovery of the New World had the most important consequences on the relative importance of the different nations of Europe. Hitherto, the chief centers for over 2,000 years had been round the shores of the Mediterranean, and, as we have seen, Venice, by her central position and extensive trade to the east, had become a world center during the latter Middle Ages. But after Columbus, and still more after Magellan's, the European nations on the Atlantic were found to be closer to the New World, and in a measure closer to the Spice Islands, which they could reach all the way by ship, instead of having to pay expensive land freights. The trade routes through Germany became at once neglected, and it is only in the present century that she has at all recovered from the blow given to her by the discovery of the new sea routes in which she could not join. But to England, France, and the Low Countries, the new outlook promised a share of the world's trade and affairs generally, which they had never hitherto possessed, while the Mediterranean was the center of commerce. If the Indies could be reached by sea, they were almost in as fortunate a position as Portugal or Spain. Almost as soon as the new routes were discovered, the northern nations attempted to utilize them, notwithstanding the Bull of Partition, which the French king laughed at, and the Protestant English and Dutch had no reason to respect. Within 3 years of the return of Columbus from his first voyage, Henry VII employed John Cabot, a Venetian settled in Bristol, with his 3 sons, to attempt the voyage to the Indies by the Northwest Passage. He appears to have rediscovered Newfoundland in 1497, and then in the following year, failing to find a passage there, coasted down North America nearly as far as Florida. In 1534, Jacques Cartier examined the river of St. Lawrence, and his discoveries were later followed up by Samuel de Champlain, who explored some of the Great Lakes near the St. Lawrence and established the French rule in Canada, or Acadie as it was then called. Meanwhile, the English had made an attempt to reach the Indies, still by a northern passage, but this time in an easterly direction. Sebastian Cabot, who had been appointed Grand Pilot of England by Edward VI, directed a voyage of exploration in 1553 under Sir Hugh Willoughby. Only one of these ships, with a pilot, Richard Chancellor, on board, survived the voyage, reaching Archangel, and then going overland to Moscow, where he was favorably received by the Tsar of Russia, Ivan the Terrible. He was, however, drowned on his return, and no further attempt to reach Cathay by sea was attempted. The Northwest Passage seemed thus to promise better than that by the northeast, and in 1576 Martin Frobisher started on an exploring voyage after having the honor of a wave of Elizabeth's hand as he passed Greenwich. He reached Greenland and then Labrador, and in a subsequent voyage next year discovered the strait named after him. His project was taken up by Sir Humphrey Gilbert, on whom, with his brother Adrian, Elizabeth conferred the privilege of making the passage to China and the Moluccas by the northwestward, northeastward, or northward route. At the same time, a patent was granted him for discovering any lands unsettled by Christian princes. A settlement was made in St. John's, Newfoundland, but on the return voyage near the Azores, Sir Humphrey's frigate, a small boat of 10 men, disappeared after he had been heard to call out, "Courage, my lads! We are as near heaven by sea as by land." This happened in 1583. 2 years after, another expedition was sent out by the merchants of London under John Davis, who on this and 2 subsequent voyages discovered several passages trending westward, which warranted the hope of finding a Northwest Passage. Beside the strait named after him, it is probable that on his 3rd voyage, in 1587, he passed through the passage now named after Hudson. His discoveries were not followed up for some 20 years, when Henry Hudson was dispatched in 1607 with a crew of 10 men and a boy. He reached Spitzbergen and reached 80 degrees north, and in the following year reached the North Magnetic Pole, which was then situated at 75.22 degrees north. 2 of his men were also fortunate enough to see a mermaid, probably an Eskimo woman in her kayak. In the 3rd voyage, in 1609, he discovered the strait and bay which now bear his name, but was marooned by his crew and never heard of further. He had previously for a time passed into the service of the Dutch, and had guided them to the river named after him, on which New York now stands. The course of English discovery in the north was for a time concluded by the voyage of William Baffin in 1615, which resulted in the discovery of the land named after him, as well as many of the islands to the north of America. Meanwhile, the Dutch had taken part in the work of discovery towards the north. They had revolted against the despotism of Philip II, who was now monarch of both Spain and Portugal. At first, they attempted to adopt a route which would not bring them into collision with their old masters, and in 3 voyages, between 1594 and 1597, William Barentz attempted the Northeast Passage under the auspices of the States General. He discovered Cherry Island and touched on Spitzbergen, but failed in the main object of his search, and the attention of the Dutch was henceforth directed to seizing the Portuguese route rather than finding a new one for themselves. The reason they were able to do this is a curious instant of nemesis in history. owing to the careful series of intermarriages planned out by Ferdinand of Aragon, the Portuguese crown and all its possessions became joined to Spain in 1580 under Philip II, just a year after the northern provinces of the Netherlands had renounced allegiance to Spain. Consequently, they were free to attack not alone Spanish vessels and colonies, but also those previously belonging to Portugal. As early as 1596, Cornelius Houtman rounded the Cape and visited Sumatra and Bantam, and within 50 years the Dutch had replaced the Portuguese in many of their eastern possessions. In 1614 they took Malacca, and with it the command of the Spice Islands. By 1658 they had secured full possession of Ceylon. Much earlier, in 1619, they had founded Batavia and Java, which they made the center of their East Indian possessions, as it still remains. The English at first attempted to imitate the Dutch in their East Indian policy. The English East India Company was founded by Elizabeth in 1600, and as early as 1619 had forced the Dutch to allow them to take a third share of the profits of the Spice Islands. In order to do this, several English planters settled at Amboyna, but within 4 years trade rivalries had reached such a pitch that the Dutch murdered some of these merchants and drove the rest from the islands. As a consequence, the English company devoted its attention to the mainland of India itself, where they soon obtained possession of Madras and Bombay, and left the islands of the Indian Ocean mainly in possession of the Dutch. We shall see later the effect of this upon the history of geography, for it was owing to their possession of the East India Islands that the Dutch were practically the discoverers of Australia. One result of the Dutch East India policy has left its traces even to the present day. In 1651 they established a colony at the Cape of Good Hope, which only fell into English hands during the Napoleonic Wars, when Napoleon held Holland. Meanwhile, the English had not lost sight of the possibilities of the Northeast Passage, if not for reaching the Spice Islands, at any rate as a means of tapping the overland route to China, hitherto monopolized by the Genoese. In 1558 an English gentleman named Anthony Jenkinson was sent as ambassador to the Tsar of Muscovy, and traveled from Moscow as far as Bokhara. But he was not very fortunate in his venture, and England had to be content for some time to receive her Indian and Chinese goods from the Venetian argosies as before. But at last they saw no reason why they should not attempt direct relations with the East. A company of Levant merchants was formed in 1583 to open out direct communications with Aleppo, Baghdad, Ormuz, and Goa. They were unsuccessful at the two latter places owing to the jealousy of the Portuguese, but they made arrangements for cheaper transit of Eastern goods to England, and in 1587 the last of the Venetian argosies, a great vessel of 1,100 tons, was wrecked off the Isle of Wight. Henceforth the English conducted their own business with the East, and the Venetian and Portuguese monopoly was at an end. But the journeys of Chancellor and Jenkinson to the court of Moscow had more far-reaching effects. The Russians themselves were thereby led to contemplate utilizing their proximity to one of the best-known routes to the Far East. Shortly after Jenkinson's visit, the Tsar, Ivan the Terrible, began extending his dominions eastward, sending at first a number of troops to accompany the Russian merchant Stroganoff as far as Obi in search of sables. Among the troops were a corps of 6,000 Cossacks commanded by one named Vasily Yermak, who, finding the Tartars an easy prey, determined at first to set up a new kingdom for himself. In 1579 he was successful in overcoming the Tartars and their chief town Sibir near Tobolsk, but finding it difficult to retain his position, determined to return to his allegiance to the Tsar on conditions of being supported. This was readily granted, and from that time onward the Russians steadily pushed on through the unknown country of the north of Asia, since named after the little town conquered by Yermak, of which scarcely any traces now remain. As early as 1639, they had reached the Pacific under Kupalov. A force was sent out from Yakutsk on the Lena in 1643, which reached the Amur, and thus Russians came for the first time in contact with the Chinese, and a new method of reaching Cathay was thus obtained, while geography gained the knowledge of the extent of northern Asia. For about the same time, in 1648, the Arctic Ocean was reached on the north shores of Siberia, and a fleet under the Cossack Dishnev sailed from Kolmia and reached as far as the straits known by the name of Bering. It was not, however, till 50 years afterwards, in 1696, that the Russians reached Kamchatka. Notwithstanding the access of knowledge which had been gained by these successive bold pushes toward the north and east, it still remained uncertain whether Siberia did not join on to the northern parts of the New World discovered by Columbus and Amerigo, and in 1728 Peter the Great sent out an expedition under Vitus Bering, a Dane in the Russian service, with the express aim of ascertaining this point. He reached Kamchatka and there built 2 vessels as directed by the Tsar, and started on his voyage northward, coasting along the land. When he reached a little beyond 67 degrees north, he found no land to the north or east, and conceived that he had reached the end of the continent. As a matter of fact, he was within 30 miles of the west coast of America, but of this he does not seem to have been aware, being content with solving the special problem put before him by the Tsar. The strait thus discovered by Bering, though not known by him to be a strait, has ever since been known by his name. In 1741, however, Bering again set out on a voyage of discovery to ascertain how far to the east America was, and within a fortnight had come within sight of the lofty mountains named by him Mount St. Elias. Bering himself died upon this voyage on an island also named after him. He had at last solved the relation between the Old and the New Worlds. These voyages of Bering, however, belong to a much later stage of discovery than those we have hitherto been treating for the last 3 chapters. His explorations were undertaken mainly for scientific purposes and to solve a scientific problem, whereas all the other researches of Spanish, Portuguese, English, and Dutch were directed to one end, that of reaching the Spice Islands and Cathay. The Portuguese at first started out on a search by the slow method of creeping down the coast of Africa. The Spanish, by adopting Columbus's bold idea, had attempted it by the western route, and under Magellan's still bolder conception had equally succeeded in reaching it in that way. The English and French sought for a northwest passage to the Moluccas, while the English and Dutch attempted a northeasterly route. In both directions, the icy barrier of the north prevented success. It was reserved, as we shall see, for the present century to complete the northwest passage under McClure and the northeast by Nordenskiold, sailing with quite different motives to those which first brought the mariners of England, France, and Holland within the Arctic Circle. The net result of all these attempts by the nations of Europe to wrest from the Phoenicians the monopoly of the eastern trade was to add to geography the knowledge of the existence of a new world intervening between the western shores of Europe and the eastern shores of Asia. We have yet to learn the means by which the new world, thus discovered, became explored and possessed by the European nations. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the Story of Geographical Discovery, How the World Became Known, by Joseph Jacobs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, The Partition of America. We have hitherto been dealing with the discoveries made by Spanish and Portuguese along the coast of the New World. But early in the 16th century, they began to put foot on terra firma and explore the interior. As early as 1513, Vasco Núñez de Balboa ascended the highest peak in the range running from the Isthmus of Panama, and saw for the first time by European eyes the great ocean afterwards to be named by Magellan the Pacific. He there heard that the country to the south extended without end, and was inhabited by great nations with an abundance of gold. Among his companions who heard of this golden country, or El Dorado, was one Francisco Pizarro, who was destined to test the report. But a similar report had reached the ears of Diego Velázquez, governor of Cuba, as to a great nation possessed of much gold to the north of Darien. He accordingly dispatched his lieutenant Hernando Cortes in 1519 to investigate with 10 ships, 650 men, and some 18 horses. When he landed at the port named by him Vera Cruz, the appearance of his men, and more especially of his horses, astonished and alarmed the natives of Mexico, then a large and semi-civilized state under the rule of Montezuma, the last representative of the Aztecs, who in the 12th century had succeeded the Toltecs, a people that had settled on the Mexican tableland as early, probably, as the 7th century, introducing the use of metals and roads and many of the elements of civilization. Montezuma is reported to have been able to raise no less than 200,000 men under his banners, but he showed his opinion of the Spaniards by sending them costly presents, gold and silver and costly stuffs. This only aroused the cupidity of Cortes, who determined to make a bold stroke for the conquest of such a rich prize. He burnt his ships and advanced into the interior of the country, conquering on his way the tribe of the Tlascalans, who had been at war with the Mexicans, but, when conquered, were ready to assist him against them. With their aid he succeeded in seizing the Mexican king, who was forced to yield a huge tribute. After many struggles, Cortes found himself master of the capital and of all the resources of the Mexican Empire in 1521. These he hastened to place at the feet of the Emperor Charles V, who appointed him governor and captain general of Mexico. It is characteristic throughout the history of the New World that none of the soldiers of fortune who found it such an easy prey ever thought of setting up an empire for himself. This is a testimony to the influence national feeling had upon the minds even of the most lawless, and the result was that Europe and European ideas were brought over into America, or rather, the New World became a tributary to Europe. As soon as Cortes had established himself, he fitted out expeditions to explore the country, and himself reached Honduras after a remarkable journey for over 1,000 miles, in which he was only guided by a map on cotton cloth on which the cacique of Tabasco had painted all the towns, rivers, and mountains of the country as far as Nicaragua. He also dispatched a small fleet under Alvaro de Saavedra to support the Spanish expedition, which had been sent to the Moluccas under Sebastian del Cano, and which arrived at Tidor in 1527, to the astonishment of Spanish and Portuguese alike when they heard he had started from New Castile. In 1536, Cortes, who had been in the meantime shorn of much of his power, conducted an expedition by sea along the northwest coast of Mexico and reached what he considered to be a great island. He identified this with an imaginary island in the Far East near the terrestrial paradise to which the name of California had been given in a contemporary romance. Thus, owing to Cortes, almost the whole of Central America had become known before his death in 1540. Similarly, at a much earlier period, Ponce de Leon had thought he had discovered another great island in Florida in 1512, whither he had gone in search of Bayuca, a fabled island of the Indians in which they stated was a fountain of eternal youth. At the time of Cortes's first attempt on Mexico, Pineda had coasted around Florida and connected it with the rest of the coast of Mexico, which he traversed as far as Vera Cruz. The exploits of Cortes were all important in their effects. He had proved with what ease a handful of men might overcome an empire and gain unparalleled riches. Francisco Pizarro was encouraged by the success of Cortes to attempt the discovery of the El Dorado he had heard of when on Balboa's expedition. With a companion named Diego de Almagro, he made several coasting expeditions down the northwest coast of South America, during which they heard of the empire of the Incas on the plateau of Peru. They also obtained sufficient gold and silver to raise their hopes of the riches of the country, and returned to Spain to report to the emperor. Pizarro obtained permission from Charles V to attempt the conquest of Peru, of which he was named governor and captain general, on condition of paying a tribute of 1/5 of the treasure he might obtain. He started in February 1531 with a small force of 180 men, of whom 36 were horsemen. Adopting the policy of Cortes, he pushed directly for the capital, Cusco, where they managed to seize Atahualpa, the Inca of the time. He attempted to ransom himself by agreeing to fill the room in which he was confined, 22 feet long by 16 wide, with bars of gold as high as the hand could reach. He carried out this prodigious promise, and Pizarro's companions found themselves in possession of booty equal to 3 millions sterling. Atahualpa was, however, not released, but condemned to death on a frivolous pretext, while Pizarro dismissed his followers. Fully confident that the wealth they had carried off would attract as many men as he could desire to El Dorado, he settled himself at Lima, near the coast, in 1534. Meanwhile, Almagro had been dispatched south and made himself master of Chile. Another expedition in 1539 was conducted by Pizarro's brother, Gonzalez, across the Andes, and reached the sources of the Amazon, which one of his companions, Francisco de Orellana, traversed as far as the mouth. This he reached in August 1541, after a voyage of 1,000 leagues. The river was named after Orellana, but from reports he had made of the existence of a tribe of female warriors, was afterwards known as the River of the Amazons. The author spread reports of another El Dorado to the north, in which the roofs of the temples were covered with gold. This report afterwards led to the disastrous expedition of Sir Walter Raleigh to Guinea. By his voyage, Orellana connected the Spanish and Portuguese spheres of influence in the New World of Amerigo. By the year 1540, the main outlines of Central and South America and something of the interior had been made known by the Spanish adventurers within half a century of Columbus's first voyage. Owing to the papal bull, Portugal possessed Brazil, but all the rest of this huge stretch of country was claimed for Spain. The Portuguese wisely treated Brazil as an outlet for their overflowing population, which settled there in large numbers and established plantations. The Spaniards, on the other hand, only regarded their huge possessions as exclusive markets to be merely visited by them. Rich mines of gold, silver, and mercury were discovered in Mexico and Peru, especially in the far-famed mines of Potosi, and these were exploited entirely in the interests of Spain, which acted as a sieve by which the precious metals were poured into Europe, raising prices throughout the Old World. In return, European merchandise was sent in the return voyages of the Spanish galleons to New Spain, which could only buy Flemish cloth, for example, through Spanish intermediaries, who raised its price to 3 times the original cost. This short-sighted policy on the part of Spain naturally encouraged smuggling and attracted the ships of all nations toward that pursuit. We have already seen the first attempts of the French and English in the exploration of the northeast coast of North America, but during the 16th century very little was done to settle on such inhospitable shores, which did not offer anything like the rich prizes that tropical America afforded. Neither the exploration of Cartier in 1534 or that of the Cabots much earlier was followed by any attempt to possess the land. Breton fishermen visited the fisheries off Newfoundland, and various explorers attempted to find openings which would give them a northwest passage, but otherwise the more northerly part of the continent was left unoccupied till the beginning of the 17th century. The first town founded was that of St. Augustine in Florida in 1565, but this was destroyed 3 years later by a French expedition. Sir Walter Raleigh attempted to found a colony in 1584 near where Virginia now stands, but it failed after 3 years, and it was not till the reign of James I that an organized attempt was made by England to establish plantations, as they were then called, on the North American coast. Two chartered companies, the one to the north named the Plymouth Company and the one to the south named the London Company, both founded in 1606, nominally divided between them all the coast from Nova Scotia to Florida. These large tracts of country were, during the 17th century, slowly parceled out into smaller states, mainly Puritan in the north, New England, High Church and Catholic in the south, Virginia and Maryland. But between the two, and on the banks of the Hudson and the Delaware, two other European nations had formed plantations. The Dutch along the Hudson from 1609, forming the New Netherlands, and the Swedes from 1636 along the Delaware, forming New Sweden. The latter, however, lasted only a few years and was absorbed by the Dutch in 1655. The capital of New Netherlands was established on Manhattan Island, to the south of the Palisades still known as Wall Street, and the city was named New Amsterdam. The Hudson is such an important artery of commerce between the Atlantic and the Great Lakes that this wedge between the two sets of English colonies would have been a bar to any future progress. This was recognized by Charles II, who in 1664 dispatched an expedition to demand its surrender, even though England and Holland were at that time at peace. New Amsterdam was taken and named New York after the king's brother, the Duke of York, afterwards James II. New Sweden, which at the same time fell into the English hands, was sold as a proprietary plantation to a Jersey man, Sir George Carteret, and to a Quaker, William Penn. By this somewhat high-handed procedure, the whole coastline down to Florida was in English hands. Both the London and Plymouth companies had started to form plantations in 1607, and in that very year the French made their first effective settlements in America at Port Royal and at Nova Scotia, then called Arcady, while the following year Samuel de Champlain made settlements at Quebec and founded French Canada. He explored the lake country and established settlements down the banks of the St. Lawrence, along which French activity for a long time confined itself. Between the French and the English settlements roved the warlike Five Nations of the Iroquois Indians, and Champlain, whose settlements were in the country of the Algonquins, was obliged to take their part and make the Iroquois the enemies of France, which had important effects upon the final struggle between England and France in the 18th century. The French continued their exploration of the interior of the continent. In 1673, Marquette discovered the Mississippi, the Great Water, and descended it as far as the mouth of the Arkansas. But the work of exploring the Mississippi Valley was undertaken by Robert de La Salle. He had already discovered the Ohio and Illinois rivers, and in 3 expeditions between 1680 and 1682 succeeded in working his way right down to the mouth of the Mississippi, giving to the huge tract of country which he had thus traversed the name of Louisiana, after Louis XIV. France thenceforth claimed the whole hinterland, as we should now call it, of North America, the English being confined to the comparatively narrow strip of country east of the Alleghenies. New Orleans was founded at the mouth of the Mississippi in 1716 and named after the Prince Regent, and French activity ranged between Quebec and New Orleans, leaving many traces even to the present day in French names like Mobile, Detroit, and the like through the intervening country. The situation at the commencement of the 18th century was remarkably similar to that of the Gold Coast in Africa at the end of the 19th. The French persistently attempted to encroach upon the English sphere of influence, and it was in attempting to define these two spheres that George Washington learned his first lesson in diplomacy and strategy. The French and English-American colonies were almost perpetually at war with one another, the objective being the spot where Pittsburgh now stands, which was regarded as the Gate of the West, overlooking as it did the valley of the Ohio. Here Duquesne founded the fort, named after himself, and it was not till 1758 that this was finally wrested from French hands, while in the following year Wolfe, by his capture of Quebec, overthrew the whole French power in North America. Throughout the long fight, the English had been much assisted by the guerrilla warfare of the Iroquois against the French. By the Treaty of Paris in 1763, the whole of French America was ceded to England, which also obtained possession of Florida from Spain in exchange for the Philippines captured during the war. As a compensation, all the country west of the Mississippi became joined on to the Spanish possessions in Mexico. These, of course, became nominally French when Napoleon's brother Joseph was placed on the Spanish throne, but Napoleon sold them to the United States in 1803, so that no barrier existed to the westward spread of the states. Long previously to this, a chartered company had been formed in 1670, with Prince Rupert at its head, to trade with the Indians for furs in Hudson's Bay, then and for some time afterwards called Rupert's Land. The Hudson Bay Company gradually extended its knowledge of the northerly parts of America toward the Rocky Mountains, but it was not till 1740 that Varennes de la Vérendrye discovered their extent. In 1769-71, a fur trader named Hearne traced the river Coppermine to the sea, while it was not till 1793 that Mr. (after Sir A.) Mackenzie discovered the river now named after him, and crossed the continent of North America from Atlantic to Pacific. One of the reasons for this late exploration of the northwest of North America was a geographical myth started by a Spanish explorer named Juan de Fuca as early as 1592. Coasting as far as Vancouver Island, he entered the inlet to the south of it, and not being able to see land to the north, brought back a report of a huge sea spreading all over that part of the country, which most geographers assumed to pass over into Hudson Bay or the neighborhood. This was a report, as much as anything, which encouraged hopes of finding the Northwest Passage in a latitude low enough to be free from ice. As soon as the United States got possession of the land west of the Mississippi, they began to explore it, and between 1804 and 1807 Lewis and Clark had explored the whole basin of the Missouri, while Pike had investigated the country between the sources of the Mississippi and the Red River. We have already seen that Bering had carried over Russian investigation and dominion into Alaska, and it was in order to avoid her encroachments down towards the Californian coast that President Monroe put forth in 1823 the doctrine that no further colonization of the Americas would be permitted by the United States. In this year, Russia agreed to limit her claims to the country north of 54.40 degrees. The states subsequently acquired California and other adjoining states during their war with Mexico in 1848, just before gold was discovered in the Sacramento Valley. The land between California and Alaska was held in joint possession between Great Britain and the States, and was known as the Oregon Territory. Lewis and Clark had explored the Columbia River, while Vancouver had much earlier examined the island, which now bears his name, so that both countries appear to have some rights of discovery to the district. At one time, the inhabitants of the states were inclined to claim all the country as far as the Russian boundary, 54.40 degrees, and a war cry arose, 54-40 or fight. But in 1846, the territory was divided by the 49th parallel, and at this date we may say that the partition of America was complete, and all that remained to be known of it was the ice-bound northern coast, over which so much heroic enterprise has been displayed. The history of geographical discovery in America is thus in a large measure a history of conquest. Men got to know both coastline and interior while endeavoring either to trade or to settle where nature was propitious, or the country afforded mineral or vegetable wealth that could be easily transported. Of the coast, early knowledge was acquired for geography, but where the continent broadens out either north or south, making the interior inaccessible for trade purposes with the coasts, ignorance remained even down to the present century. Even to the present day, the country south of the valley of the Amazon is perhaps as little known as any portion of the earth's surface, while, as we have seen, it was not till the early years of this century that any knowledge was acquired of the huge tract of the country between the Mississippi and the Rocky Mountains. It was the natural expansion of the United States, rendered possible by the cession of this tract to the States by Napoleon in 1803, that brought it within the knowledge of all. That expansion was chiefly due to the improved methods of communication which steam had given to mankind only within this century. But for this, the region east of the Rocky Mountains would possibly be as little known to Europeans, even at the present day, as the Sudan or Somaliland. It is owing to this natural expansion of the States, and in minor measure of Canada, that few great names of geographical explorers are connected with our knowledge of the interior of North America. Unknown settlers have been the pioneers of geography, and not as elsewhere has the reverse been the case. In the two other continents whose geographical history we have still to trace, Australia and Africa, explorers have preceded settlers or conquerors, and we can generally follow the course of geographical discovery in their case without the necessity of discussing their political history. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Story of Geographical Discovery, How the World Became Known, by Joseph Jacobs. Chapter 10. Australia and the South Seas, Tasman and Cook. If one looks at the west coast of Australia, one is struck by the large number of Dutch names which are jotted down the coast. There is Hoog Island, Damien's Bay, Houtmans, Alberhaus, De Witland, and the archipelago of Nuits, besides Dirk Hartog's Island and Cape Leeuwin. To the extreme north we find the Gulf of Carpentaria, and to the extreme south the island which used to be called Van Diemen's Land. It is not altogether to be wondered at that almost to the middle of this century the land we now call Australia was tolerably well known as New Holland. If the Dutch had struck the more fertile eastern shores of the Australian continent, it might have been called, with reason, New Holland to the present day. But there is scarcely any long coastline of the world so inhospitable and so little promising as that of Western Australia, and one could easily understand how the Dutch, though they explored it, did not care to take possession of it. But though the Dutch were the first to explore any considerable stretch of Australian coast, they were by no means the first to sight it. As early as 1542, a Spanish expedition under Lopez de Villalobos was dispatched to follow up the discoveries of Magellan in the Pacific Ocean within the Spanish sphere of influence. He discovered several of the islands of Polynesia and attempted to seize the Philippines, but his fleet had to return to New Spain. One of the ships coasted along an island to which was given the name of New Guinea, and was thought to be part of the great unknown southern land which Ptolemy had imagined to exist in the south of the Indian Ocean, and to be connected in some way with Tierra del Fuego. Curiosity was thus aroused, and in 1606 Pedro de Quiros was dispatched on a voyage to the South Seas with 3 ships. He discovered the New Hebrides, and believed it formed part of the southern continent, and he therefore named it Australia del Espiritu Santo, and hastened home to obtain the viceroyalty of this new possession. One of his ships got separated from him, and the commander, Luis Vaz de Torres, sailed farther to the southwest, and thereby learned that the new Australia was not a continent, but an island. He proceeded farther till he came to New Guinea, which he coasted along the south coast, and seeing land to the south of him, he thus passed through the straits since named after him, and was probably the first European to see the continent of Australia. In the very same year, 1606, the Dutch yacht named the Duifken is said to have coasted along the south and west coasts of New Guinea nearly 1,000 miles, till they reached Cape Kierweer or Turnagain. This was probably the northwest coast of Australia. In the first 30 years of the 17th century, the Dutch followed the west coast of Australia with as much industry as the Portuguese had done with the west coast of Africa, leaving up to the present day signs of their explorations in the names of islands, bays, and capes. Dirk Hartog, in the Endracht, discovered that land which is named after his ship, and the cape and roadstead named after himself in 1616. Jan Edels left his name upon the western coast in 1619, while 3 years later a ship named the Lioness or Lewin reached the most western point of the continent, to which the name is still attached. 5 years later, in 1627, de Nuits coasted around the south coast of Australia, while in the same year a Dutch commander named Carpenter discovered and gave his name to the immense indentation still known as the Gulf of Carpentaria. But still more important discoveries were made in 1642 by an expedition sent out from Batavia under Abel Jansen Tasman to investigate the real extent of the southern land. After the voyages of the Lewin and de Nuits, it was seen that the southern coast of the new land trended to the east, instead of working around to the west, as would have been the case if Ptolemy's views had been correct. Tasman's problem was to discover whether it was connected with the great southern land assumed to lie south of South America. Tasman first sailed from Mauritius, and then, directing his course to the southeast, going much more south than Cape Lewin, at last reached land in latitude 43.30 degrees and longitude 163.50 degrees. This he called Van Diemen's Land, after the name of the governor-general of Batavia, and it was assumed that this joined on to the land already discovered by de Nuits. Sailing farther to the eastward, Tasman came out into the open sea again, and thus appeared to prove that the newly discovered land was not connected with the great unknown continent around the South Pole. But he soon came across land which might possibly answer to that description, and he called it Staten Land, in honor of the States General of the Netherlands. This was undoubtedly some part of New Zealand. Still steering eastward, but with a more northerly trend, Tasman discovered several islands in the Pacific, and ultimately reached Batavia after touching on New Guinea. His discoveries were a great advance on previous knowledge. He had, at any rate, reduced the possible dimensions of the unknown continent of the south within narrow limits, and his discoveries were justly inscribed upon the map of the world cut in stone upon the new Stadhuis in Amsterdam, in which the name New Holland was given by order of the States General to the western part of the Terra Australis. When England for a time became joined on to Holland under the rule of William III, William Dampier was dispatched to New Holland to make further discoveries. He retraced the explorations of the Dutch from Dirk Hartog's Bay to New Guinea, and appears to have been the first European to have noticed the habits of the kangaroo. Otherwise, his voyage did not add much to the geographical knowledge, though when he left the coasts of New Guinea, he steered between New England and New Ireland. As a result of these Dutch voyages, the existence of a great land somewhere to the southeast of Asia became common property to all civilized men. As an instance of this familiarity, many years before Cook's epoch-making voyages, it may be mentioned that in 1699 Captain Lemuel Gulliver, in Swift's celebrated romance, arrived at the kingdom of Lilliput by steering northwest from Van Diemen's Land, which he mentions by name. Lilliput, it would thus appear, was situated somewhere in the neighborhood of the Great Bight of Australia. This curious mixture of definite knowledge and vague ignorance on the part of Swift exactly corresponds to the state of geographical knowledge about Australia in his days, as is shown in the preceding map of those parts of the world as given by the great French cartographer d'Anville in 1745. These discoveries of the Spanish and Dutch were direct results and corollaries of the great search for the Spice Islands, which had formed the main subject of our inquiries. The discoveries were mostly made by ships fitted out in the Malay archipelago, if not from the Spice Islands themselves. But at the beginning of the 18th century, new motives came into play in the search for new lands, and by that time almost the whole coastline of the world was roughly known. The Portuguese had coasted Africa, the Spanish South America, the English most of the east of North America, while Central America was known through the Spaniards. Many of the islands of the Pacific Ocean had been touched upon, though not accurately surveyed, and there remained only the northwest coast of America and the northeast coast of Asia to be explored, while the great remaining problem of geography was to discover if the great southern continent assumed by Ptolemy existed, and if so, what were its dimensions. It happened that all these problems of coastline geography, if we may so call it, were destined to be solved by one man, an Englishman named James Cook, who, with Prince Henry, Magellan, and Tasman, may be said to have determined the limits of the habitable land. His voyages were made in the interests, not of trade or conquest, but of scientific curiosity, and they were, appropriately enough, begun in the interests of quite a different science than that of geography. The English astronomer Halley had left as a sort of a legacy the task of examining the transit of Venus, which he had predicted for the year 1769, pointing out its paramount importance for determining the distance of the sun from the earth. This transit could only be observed in the southern hemisphere, and it was in order to observe it that Cook made his first voyage of exploration. There was a double suitability in the motive of Cook's first voyage. The work of his life could only have been carried out owing to the improvement in nautical instruments which had been made during the early part of the 18th century. Hadley had invented the sextant, by which the sun's elevation could be taken with much more ease and accuracy than with the old cross staff, the very rough gnomon which the earlier navigators had to use. Still more important for scientific geography was the improvement that had taken place in accurate chronometry. To find the latitude of a place is not so difficult. The length of the day at different times of the year will by itself be almost enough to determine this, as we have seen in the very earliest history of Greek geography. But to determine the longitude was a much more difficult task, which in the early stages could only be formed by guesswork and dead reckonings. But when clocks had been brought to such a pitch of accuracy that they would not lose but a few seconds or minutes during the whole voyage, they could be used to determine the difference of local time between any spot on the earth's surface and that of the port from which the ship sailed, or from some fixed place where the clock could be timed. The English government, seeing the importance of this, proposed the very large reward of £10,000 for the invention of a chronometer that would not lose more than a stated number of minutes during a year. This prize was won by John Harrison, and from this time onward a sea captain with a minimum of astronomical knowledge was enabled to know his longitude within a few minutes. Hadley's sextant and Harrison's chronometer were the necessary implements to enable James Cook to do his work, and which was thus, both in aim and method, in every way English. James Cook was a practical sailor who had shown considerable intelligence in sounding the St. Lawrence on Wolfe's expedition, and had afterwards been appointed marine surveyor of Newfoundland. When the Royal Society determined to send out an expedition to observe the transit of Venus, according to Halley's prediction, they were deterred from entrusting the expedition to a scientific man by the example of Halley himself, who had failed to obtain obedience from sailors on being entrusted with a command. Dalrymple, the chief hydrographer of the Admiralty, who had chief claim to the command, was also somewhat of a faddist, and Cook was selected almost as a dernier ressort. The choice proved an excellent one. He selected a coasting coaler named the Endeavour, of 360 tons, because her breadth of beam would enable her to carry more stores and to run near coasts. Just before they started, Captain Wallis returned from a voyage around the world upon which he had discovered or rediscovered Tahiti, and he recommended this as a suitable place for observing the transit. Cook duly arrived there, and on the 3rd of June, 1769, the main object of the expedition was fulfilled by a successful observation. But he then proceeded farther, and soon arrived at a land which he saw reason to identify with the Staten Land of Tasman. But on coasting along this, Cook found that, so far from belonging to a great southern continent, It was composed of 2 islands, between which he sailed, giving his name to the straits separating them. Leaving New Zealand on the 31st of March, 1770, on the 20th of the next month, he came across another land to the westward, hitherto unknown to mariners. Entering an inlet, he explored the neighborhood with the aid of Mr. Joseph Banks, the naturalist of the expedition. He found so many plants new to him that the bay was termed Botany Bay. He then coasted northward and nearly lost his ship upon the great reef running down the eastern coast, but by keeping within it, he managed to reach the extreme end of the land in this direction and proved that it was distinct from New Guinea. In other words, he had reached the southern point of the strait named after Torres. To this immense line of coast, Cook gave the name of New South Wales, from some resemblance that he saw to the coast about Swansea. By this first voyage, Cook had proved that neither New Holland nor Stoutenland belonged to the great Antarctic continent, which remained the sole myth bequeathed by the ancients, which had not yet been definitely removed from the maps. In his second voyage, starting in 1772, he was directed to settle finally this problem. He went at once to the Cape of Good Hope, and from there started out on a zigzag journey around the southern pole, poking the nose of his vessel in all directions as far south as he could reach, only pulling up when he touched ice. In whatever direction he advanced, he failed to find any trace of extensive land corresponding to the supposed Antarctic continent, which he thus definitely proved to be non-existent. He spent the remainder of this voyage in rediscovering various sets of archipelagos which preceding Spanish, Dutch, and English navigators had touched, but had never accurately surveyed. Later on, Cook made a run across the Pacific from New Zealand to Cape Horn without discovering any extensive land, thus clinching the matter after 3 years' careful inquiry. It is worthy of remark that during that long time he lost but 4 out of his 118 men, and only one of them by sickness. Only one great problem to maritime geography still remained to be solved, that of the Northwest Passage, which, as we have seen, had so frequently been tried by English navigators working from the east through Hudson's Bay. In 1776, Cook was deputed by George III to attempt the solution of this problem by a new method. He was directed to endeavor to find an opening on the northwest coast of America which would lead into Hudson's Bay. The old legend of Juan de Fuca's Great Bay still misled geographers as to this coast. Cook not alone settled this problem, but by advancing through Bering Strait and examining both sides of it, determined that the 2 continents of Asia and America approached one another as near as 36 miles. On his return voyage, he landed at Oahe, Hawaii, where he was slain in 1777, and his ships returned to England without adding anything further to geographical knowledge. Cook's voyages had aroused the generous emulation of the French, who, to their eternal honor, had given directions to their fleet to respect his vessels whenever found, though France was at that time at war with England. In 1783 an expedition was sent, under Francois de Pérouse, to complete Cook's work. He explored the northeast coast of Asia, examined the island of Saghalien, and passed through the strait between it and Japan, often called by his name. In Kamchatka, La Pérouse landed Monsieur Lesseps, who had accompanied the expedition as Russian interpreter, and sent home by him his journals and surveys. Lesseps made a careful examination of Kamchatka himself, and succeeded in passing overland thence to Paris, being the first European to journey completely across the Old World from the Pacific to the Atlantic Ocean. La Pérouse then proceeded to follow Cook by examining the coast of New South Wales, and to his surprise, when entering a fine harbor in the middle of the coast, found there English ships engaged in settling the first Australian colony in 1787. After again delivering his surveys to be forwarded by the Englishmen, he started to survey the coast of New Holland. but his expedition was never heard of afterwards. As late as 1826, it was discovered that they had been wrecked on Vanikoro, an island near the Fijis. We have seen that Cook's exploration of the eastern coast of Australia was soon followed up by a settlement. A number of convicts were sent out under Captain Phillips to Botany Bay, and from that time onward English explorers gradually determined with accuracy both the coastline and the interior of the huge stretch of land known to us as Australia. One of the ships that had accompanied Cook on his second voyage had made a rough survey of Van Diemen's Land, and had come to the conclusion that it joined on to the mainland. But in 1797, Bass, a surgeon in the Navy, coasted down from Port Jackson to the south in a fine whaleboat with a crew of 6 men, and discovered open sea running between the southernmost point and Van Diemen's Land. This is still known as Bass's Strait. A companion of his, named Flinders, coasted in 1799 along the south coast from Cape Leeuwin eastward, and on this voyage met a French ship at Encounter Bay, so named from the rencontre. Proceeding farther, he discovered Port Phillip, and the coastline of Australia was approximately settled after Captain P. P. King, in 4 voyages between 1817 and 1822, had investigated the river mouths. The interior now remained to be investigated. On the east coast this was rendered difficult by the range of the Blue Mountains, honeycombed throughout with huge gullies which led investigators time after time into a cul-de-sac. But in 1813 Philip Wentworth managed to cross them, and found a fertile plateau to the westward. Next year Evans discovered the Lachlan and Macquarie rivers, and penetrated farther into the Bathurst Plains. In 1828-29, Captain Sturt increased the knowledge of the interior by tracing the course of the 2 great rivers Darling and Murray. In 1848, the German explorer Leichhardt lost his life in an attempt to penetrate the interior northward, but in 1860 2 explorers named Burke and Wills managed to pass from south to north along the east coast, while in the 4 years 1858 to 1862 John McDowell Stewart performed the still more difficult feat of crossing the center of the continent from south to north in order to trace a course for the telegraphic line which was shortly afterward erected. By this time settlements had sprung up throughout the whole coast of eastern Australia, and there only remained the western desert to be explored. This was effected in 2 journeys of John Forrest between 1868 and 1874, who penetrated from western Australia as far as the central telegraphic line, while between 1872 and 1876 Ernest Giles performed the same feat to the north. Quite recently, in 1897, these 2 routes were joined by the journey of the Honorable Daniel Carnegie from the Coolgardie goldfields in the south to those of Kimberley in the north. These explorations, while adding to our knowledge of the interior of Australia, have only confirmed the impression that it was not worth knowing. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Story of Geographical Discovery, How the World Became Known, by Joseph Jacobs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, Exploration and Partition of Africa. Park, Livingstone, Stanley. We have seen how the Portuguese had slowly coasted along the shore of Africa during the 15th century in search of a way to the Indies. By the end of the century, mariners Portulanos gave a rude yet effective account of the littoral of Africa, both on the west and the eastern side. Not alone did they explore the coast, but they settled upon it. At Hamina on the Guinea coast, at Luanda near the Congo, and at Benguela on the western coast, they established stations whence the despatch of gold and ivory, and, above all, the slaves, which turned out to be the chief African products of use to Europeans. On the east coast they settled at Sofala, a port of Mozambique, and in Zanzibar they possessed no less than 3 ports, those first visited by Vasco da Gama, and afterwards celebrated by Milton in the sonorous line contained in the gorgeous Geographical excursus in the 11th book, Mozamba and Quiloa and Melinde, from Paradise Lost 11:339. It is probable that, besides settling on the coast, the Portuguese from time to time made explorations into the interior. At any rate, in some maps of the 16th and 17th century there is shown a remarkable knowledge of the course of the Nile. We get it terminated in 3 large lakes which can be scarcely other than the Victoria and Albert Nyanza and Tanganyika. The Mountains of the Moon also figure prominently, and it was only almost the other day that Mr. Stanley rediscovered them. It is difficult, however, to determine how far these entries on the Portuguese maps were due to actual knowledge or report, or to the traditions of a still earlier knowledge of these lakes and mountains. For in the maps accompanying the early editions of Ptolemy, we likewise obtain the same information, which is repeated by the Arabic geographers, obviously from Ptolemy and not from actual observation. When the 2 great French cartographers, Delisle and D'Anville, determined not to insert anything on their map for which they had not some evidence, these lakes and mountains disappeared, and thus it has come about that maps of the 17th century often appear to display more knowledge of the interior of Africa than those of the beginning of the 19th, at least with regard to the sources of the Nile. African exploration of the interior begins with the search for the sources of the Nile, and has been mainly concluded by the determination of the course of the 3 other great rivers, the Niger, the Zambezi, and the Congo. It is remarkable that all 4 rivers have had their course determined by persons of British nationality. The names of Bruce and Grant will always be associated with the Nile, that of Mungo Park with the Niger, Dr. Livingstone with the Zambezi, and Mr. Stanley with the Congo. It is not inappropriate that, except in the case of the Congo, England should control the course of the rivers which her sons first made accessible to civilization. We have seen that there was an ancient tradition reported by Herodotus that the Nile trended off to the west and became there the river Niger, while still earlier there was an impression that part of it, at any rate, wandered eastward and some way joined on to the same source as the Tigris and Euphrates. At least that seems to be the suggestion in the biblical account of Paradise. Whatever the reason, the greatest uncertainty existed as to the actual course of the river, and to discover the source of the Nile was for many centuries the standing expression for performing the impossible. In 1768, James Bruce, a Scottish gentleman of position, set out with the determination of solving this mystery, a determination which he had made in early youth and carried out with characteristic pertinacity. He had acquired a certain amount of knowledge of Arabic and acquaintance with African customs as consul at Algiers. He went up the Nile as far as Farsunt, and then crossed the desert to the Red Sea, went over to Jeddah, from which he took ship for Massawa, and began his search for the sources of the Nile in Abyssinia. He visited the ruins of Axum, the former capital, and in the neighborhood of that place saw the incident with which his travels have always been associated, in which a couple of rump steaks were extracted from a cow while alive, the wound sewn up, and the animal driven on farther. Here, guided by some Gallas, he worked his way up the Blue Nile to the 3 fountains, which he declared to be the true sources of the Nile, and identified with the 3 mysterious lakes in the old maps. From there he worked his way down the Nile, reaching Cairo in 1773. Of course, what he had discovered was merely the source of the Blue Nile, and even this had been previously visited by a Portuguese traveler named Pais. But the interesting adventures which he experienced, and the interesting style in which he told them, aroused universal attention, which was perhaps increased by the fact that his journey was undertaken purely from love of adventure and discovery. The year 1768 is distinguished by the two journeys of James Cook and James Bruce, both of them expressly for purposes of geographical discovery, and thus inaugurating the era of what may be called scientific exploration. 10 years later, an association was formed, named the African Association, expressly intended to explore the unknown parts of Africa, and the first Geographical Society called into existence. In 1795, Mungo Park was dispatched by the association to the west coast. He started from the Gambia, and after many adventures, in which he was captured by the Moors, arrived at the banks of the Niger, which he traced along its middle course, but failed to reach as far as Timbuktu. He made a second attempt in 1805, hoping by sailing down the Niger to prove its identity with the river known at its mouth as the Congo, but he was forced to return and died at Bussa without having determined the remaining course of the Niger. Attention was thus drawn to the existence of the mysterious city of Timbuktu, of which Mungo Park had brought back curious rumors on his return from his first journey. This was visited in 1811 by a British seaman named Adams, who had been wrecked on the Moorish coast and taken as a slave by the Moors across to Timbuktu. He was ultimately ransomed by the British consul at Mogador, and his account revived interest in West African exploration. Attempts were made to penetrate the secret of the Niger, both from the Senegambia and from the Congo, but both were failures, and a fresh method was adopted, possibly owing to Adams' experience in the attempt to reach the Niger by the caravan routes across the Sahara. In 1822, Major Denham and Lieutenant Clapperton left Murzuk, the capital of Fezzan, and made their way to Lake Chad and thence to Bornu. Clapperton later on again visited the Niger from Benin. Altogether, these two travelers added some 2,000 miles of route to our knowledge of West Africa. In the year 1826-27, Timbuktu was at last visited by two Europeans, Major Lang in the former year, who was murdered there, and a young Frenchman, René Caillié, in the latter. His account aroused great interest, and Tennyson began his poetic career by a prize poem on the subject of the mysterious African capital. It was not till 1850 that the work of Denham and Clapperton was again taken up by Barth, who for 5 years explored the whole country to the west of Lake Chad, visiting Timbuktu and connecting the lines of routes of Clapperton and Caillié. What he did for the west of Lake Chad was accomplished by Nachtigal east of that lake in Darfur and Wadai, in a journey which likewise took 5 years, 1869-74. Of recent years, political interests have caused numerous expeditions, especially by the French, to connect their possessions in Algeria and Tunis with those of the Gold Coast and on the Senegal. The next stage in African exploration is connected with the name of the man to whom could be traced practically the whole of recent discoveries. By his tact in dealing with the natives, and by his calm pertinacity and dauntless courage, David Livingstone succeeded in opening up the entirely unknown districts of Central Africa. Starting from the Cape in 1849, he worked his way northward to the Zambezi and then to Lake Dilolo, and after 5 years wandering, reached the western coast of Africa at Luanda. Then, retracing his steps to the Zambezi again, he followed its course to its mouth on the east coast, thus for the first time crossing Africa from west to east. In a second journey, on which he started in 1858, he commenced tracing the course of the River Shire, the most important affluent of the Zambezi, and in so doing arrived on the shores of Lake Nyassa in September 1859. Meanwhile, two explorers, Captain and afterward Sir Richard Burton and Captain Speke, had started from Zanzibar to discover a lake of which rumors had for a long time been heard, and in the following year succeeded in reaching Lake Tanganyika. On their return, Speke parted from Burton and took a route more to the north, from which he saw another great lake, which afterwards turned out to be the Victoria Nyanza. In 1860, with another companion, Captain Grant, Speke returned to the Victoria Nyanza and traced out its course. On the north of it they found a great river trending to the north, which they followed as far as Gondokoro. Here they found Mr. (afterward Sir Samuel) Baker, who had traveled up the White Nile to investigate its source, which they thus proved to be in the Lake Victoria Nyanza. Baker continued his search and succeeded in showing that another source of the Nile was to be found in a smaller lake to the west, which he named Albert Nyanza. Thus these three Englishmen had combined to solve the long-sought problem of the sources of the Nile. The discoveries of the Englishmen were soon followed up by important political action by the Khedive of Egypt, Ismail Pasha, who claimed the whole course of the Nile as part of his dominions and established stations all along it. This, of course, led to full information about the basin of the Nile being acquired for geographical purposes, and under Sir Samuel Baker and Colonel Gordon, civilization was, for a time, in possession of the Nile from its source to its mouth. Meanwhile, Livingstone had set himself to solve the problem of the Great Lake Tanganyika, and started on his last journey in 1865 for that purpose. He discovered Lakes Moero and Bangweolo and the river Niangao, also known as Lualaba. So, when nothing had been heard of him for some time, in 1869 Mr. H. M. Stanley was sent by the proprietors of the New York Herald, for whom he had previously acted as war correspondent, to find Livingstone. He started in 1871 from Zanzibar, and before the end of the year had come across a white man in the heart of the Dark Continent, and greeted him with a historic query, "Dr. Livingstone, I presume?" 2 years later Livingstone died, a martyr to geographical and missionary enthusiasm. His work was taken up by Mr. Stanley, who in 1876 was again dispatched to continue Livingstone's work, and succeeded in crossing the Dark Continent from Zanzibar to the mouth of the Congo, the whole course of which he traced, proving that the Lualaba or Niangao were merely different names or affluents of this mighty stream. Stanley's remarkable journey completed the rough outline of African geography by defining the course of the fourth great river of the continent. But Stanley's journey across the Dark Continent was destined to be the starting point of an entirely new development of the African problem. Even while Stanley was on his journey, a conference had been assembled at Brussels by King Leopold, in which an international committee was formed representing all the nations of Europe, nominally for the exploration of Africa, but, as it turned out, really for its partition among the European powers. Within 15 years of the assembly of the conference, the interior of Africa had been parceled out, mainly among the five powers, England, France, Germany, Portugal, and Belgium. As in the case of America, geographical discovery was soon followed by political division. The process began by the carving out of a state covering the whole of the newly discovered Congo, nominally independent but really forming a colony of Belgium, King Leopold supplying the funds for that purpose. Mr. Stanley was dispatched in 1879 to establish stations along the lower course of the river, but to his surprise he found that he had been anticipated by M. de Brazza, a Portuguese in the service of France, who had been dispatched on a secret mission to anticipate the king of the Belgians in seizing the important river mouth. At the same time, Portugal put in claims for possession of the Congo mouth, and it became clear that international rivalries would interfere with the foundation of any state on the Congo unless some definite international arrangement was arrived at. Almost about the same time, in 1880, Germany began to enter the field as a colonizing power in Africa, in southwest Africa, and in the Cameroons, and somewhat later in Zanzibar. Claims were set up on behalf of Germany by Prince Bismarck, which conflicted with English interests in those districts, and under his presidency a congress was held at Berlin in the winter of 1884-85 to determine the rule of the claims by which Africa could be partitioned. The old historic claims of Portugal to the coast of Africa, on which she had established stations both on the west and eastern side, were swept away by the principle that only effective occupation could furnish a claim of sovereignty. This great principle will henceforth rule the whole course of African history. In other words, the good old border rule, that they should take who have the power, and they should keep who can. Almost immediately after the sitting of the Berlin Congress, and indeed during it, arrangements were come to by which the respective claims of England and Germany in southwest Africa were definitely determined. Almost immediately afterwards, a similar process had to be gone through in order to determine the limits of the respective spheres of influence, as they began to be called, of Germany and England in East Africa. A chartered company called British East Africa Association was to administer the land north of Victoria Nyanza, bounded on the west by the Congo Free State, while to the north it extended till it touched the revolted provinces of Egypt, of which we shall soon speak. In South Africa, a similar chartered company under the influence of Mr. Cecil Rhodes practically controlled the whole country from Cape Colony up to German East Africa and the Congo Free State. The winter of 1890-91 was especially productive of agreements of demarcation. After a considerable amount of friction owing to the encroachments of Major Serpa Pinto, the limits of Portuguese Angola on the west coast were then determined, being bounded on the east by the Congo Free State and British Central Africa, and at the same time Portuguese East Africa was settled in its relation to both British Central Africa on the west and German East Africa on the north. Meanwhile, Italy had put in its claims for a share in the spoil, and the eastern Horn of Africa, together with Abyssinia, fell to its share, though it soon had to drop it, owing to the unexpected vitality shown by the Abyssinians. In the same year, 1890, agreements between Germany and England settled the line of demarcation between the Cameroons and Togoland, with the adjoining British territories, while in August of the same year an attempt was made to limit the abnormal pretensions of the French along the Niger and as far as Lake Chad. Here the British interests were represented by another chartered company, the Royal Niger Company. Unfortunately, the delimitation was not very definite, not being by river courses or meridians, as in other cases, but merely by territories ruled over by native chiefs, whose boundaries were not then particularly distinct. This has led to considerable friction, lasting even up to the present day, and it is only with reference to the demarcation between England and France in Africa that any doubt still remains with regard to the western and central portions of the continent. Towards the northeast, the problem of delimitation had been complicated by political events, which ultimately led to another great exploring expedition by Mr. Stanley. The extension of Egypt into the equatorial provinces under Ismail Pasha, due in large measure to the geographical discoveries of Grant, Speke, and Baker, led to an enormous accumulation of debt, which caused the country to become bankrupt, Ismail Pasha to be deposed, and Egypt to be administered jointly by France and England on behalf of the European bondholders. This caused much dissatisfaction on the part of the Egyptian officials and army officers, who were displaced by French and English officials, and a rebellion broke out under Arabi Pasha. This led to armed intervention of England, France having refused to cooperate, and Egypt was occupied by British troops. The Sudan and equatorial provinces had independently revolted under Mohammedan fanaticism, and it was determined to relinquish those Egyptian possessions which had originally led to bankruptcy. General Gordon was dispatched to relieve the various Egyptian garrisons in the south, but being without support, ultimately failed and was killed in 1885. One of Gordon's lieutenants, a German named Schnitzler, who appears to have adopted Mohammedanism and was known as Emin Pasha, was thus isolated in the midst of Africa near the Albert Nyanza, and Mr. Stanley was commissioned to attempt his rescue in 1887. He started to march through the Congo state and succeeded in traversing a huge tract of forest country inhabited by diminutive savages who probably represented the pygmies of the ancients. He succeeded in reaching Emin Pasha, and after much persuasion induced him to accompany him to Zanzibar, only, however, to return as a German agent to the Albert Nyanza. Mr. Stanley's journey on this occasion was not without its political aspects, since he made arrangements during the eastern part of his journey for securing British influence for the lands afterwards handed over to the British East Africa Company. All these political delimitations were naturally accompanied by explorations, partly scientific but mainly political. Major Serpa Pinto twice crossed Africa in an attempt to connect the Portuguese settlements on the two coasts. Similarly, Lieutenant Weissman also crossed Africa twice between 1881 and 1887 in the interests of the Congo state, though he ultimately became an official of his native country, Germany. Captain Lugard had investigated the region between the three lakes Nyanza and secured it for Great Britain. In South Africa, British claims were successfully and successively advanced to Bechuanaland, Mashonaland, and Marabililand, and under the leadership of Mr. Cecil Rhodes, a railway and telegraph were rapidly pushed forward toward the north. Owing to the enterprise of Mr. (now Sir H. H.) Johnstone, the British possessions were, in 1891, pushed up as far as Nyasaland. By that date, as we have seen, various treaties with Germany and Portugal had definitely fixed the contour lines of the different possessions of the three countries in South Africa. By 1891, the interior of Africa, which had up to 1880 been practically a blank, could be mapped out almost with as much accuracy as, at any rate, South America. Europe had taken possession of Africa. One of the chief results of this, and formally one of its main motives, was the abolition of the slave trade. North Africa has been Mohammedan since the 8th century, and Islam has always recognized slavery. Consequently, the Arabs of the north have continued to make raids upon the Negroes of Central Africa to supply the Mohammedan countries of West Asia and North Africa with slaves. The modest rebellion was in part at least a reaction against the abolition of slavery by Egypt, and the interest of the next few years will consist in the last stand of the slave merchants in the Sudan, in Darfur, and in Wadai, east of Lake Chad, where the only powerful independent Mohammedan sultanate still exists. England is closely pressing upon the revolted provinces along the upper course of the Nile, while France is attempting, by expeditions from the French Congo and through Abyssinia, to take possession of the Upper Nile before England conquers it. The race for the Upper Nile is at present one of the sources of danger of European war. While exploration and conquest have either gone hand in hand or succeeded one another very closely, there has been a third motive that has often led to interesting discoveries to be followed by annexation. The mighty hunters of Africa have often brought back, not alone ivory and skins, but also interesting information of the interior. The gorgeous narratives of Gordon Cumming in the 50s were one of the causes which led to an interest in African exploration. Many a lad has had his imagination fired and his career determined by the exploits of Gordon Cumming, which are now, however, almost forgotten. Mr. F. C. Selous has, in our time, surpassed even Gordon Cumming's exploits, and has besides done excellent work as a guide for the successive expeditions into South Africa. Thus, practically within our own time, the interior of Africa, where once geographers, as the poet Butler put it, placed elephants instead of towns, has become known in its main outlines by successive series of intrepid explorers, who have often had to be warriors as well as scientific men. Whatever the motives that have led the white man into the center of the Dark Continent, love of adventure, scientific curiosity, big game, or patriotism, the result has been that the continent has become known instead of merely its coastline. On the whole, English exploration has been the main means by which our knowledge of the interior of Africa has been obtained, and England has been richly rewarded by coming into possession of the most promising parts of the continent, the Nile Valley and temperate South Africa. But France has also gained a huge extent of country covering almost the whole of northwest Africa. While much of this is merely desert, there are caravan routes which tap the basin of the Niger and conduct its products to Algeria, conquered by France early in the century, and to Tunis, more recently appropriated. The West African provinces of France have, at any rate, this advantage that they are nearer to the mother country than any other colony of a European power, and the result may be that African soldiers may one of these days fight for France on European soil, just as the Indian soldiers were imported to Cyprus by Lord Beaconsfield in 1876. Meanwhile, the result of all this international ambition has been that Africa in its entirety is now known and accessible to European civilizations. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Story of Geographical Discovery, How the World Became Known, by Joseph Jacobs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. The Poles. Franklin, Ross, Nordenskiold, Nansen. Almost the whole of the explorations which we have hitherto described or referred to had for their motive some practical purpose, whether to reach the Spice Islands or to hunt big game. Even the excursions of Davis, Frobisher, Hudson, and Baffin in pursuit of the Northwest Passage, and of Barentz and Chancellor in search of the Northeast Passage, were really in pursuit of mercantile ends. It is only with James Cook that the era of purely scientific exploration begins, though it is fair to qualify this statement by observing that the Russian expedition under Bering, already referred to, was ordered by Peter the Great to determine a strictly geographical problem, though doubtless it had its bearings on Russian ambitions. Bering and Cook between them, as we have seen, settled the problem of the relations existing between the ends of the two continents, Asia and America. But what remained still to the north of terra firma within the Arctic Circle? That was the problem which the 19th century set itself to solve, and has very nearly succeeded in the solution. For the Arctic Circle, we now possess maps that only show blanks over a few thousand square miles. This knowledge has been gained by slow degrees and by the exercise of the most heroic courage and endurance. It is a heroic tale in which love of adventure and zeal for science have combated with and conquered the horrors of an Arctic winter, the 6 months' darkness and silence and desolation, the excessive cold, and the dangers of starvation. It is impossible here to go into any of the details which rendered the tales of Arctic voyages one of the most stirring in human history. All we are concerned with here is the amount of new knowledge brought back by successive expeditions within the Arctic Circle. This region of the Earth's surface is distinguished by a number of large islands in the eastern hemisphere, most of which were discovered at an early date. We have seen how the Norsemen landed and settled upon Greenland as early as the 10th century. Burroughs sighted Nova Zembla in 1556 in one of the voyages in search of the Northeast Passage, though the very name, Russian for Newfoundland, implies that it had previously been sighted and named by Russian seamen. Barentz is credited with having sighted Spitzbergen. The numerous islands to the north of Siberia became known through the Russian investigations of Dishchenev, Bering, and their followers, while the intricate network of islands to the north of the continent of North America had been slowly worked out during the search for the Northwest Passage. It was indeed in pursuit of this will-o'-the-wisp that most of the discoveries in the Arctic Circle were made, and a general impetus given to Arctic exploration. It is with a renewed attempt, after this search, that the modern history of Arctic exploration begins. In 1818, 2 expeditions were sent, under the influence of Sir Joseph Banks, to search for the Northwest Passage and to attempt to reach the pole. The former was the objective of John Ross in the Isabella and W. E. Parry in the Alexander, while in the polar exploration John Franklin sailed in the Trent. Both expeditions were unsuccessful, though Ross and Parry confirmed Baffin's discoveries. Notwithstanding this, 2 expeditions were sent 2 years later to attempt the Northwest Passage, one by land under Franklin and the other by sea under Parry. Parry managed to get halfway across the top of North America, discovered the archipelago named after him, and reached 114 degrees west longitude, thereby gaining the prize of £5,000 given by the British Parliament for the first seaman that sailed west of the 110th meridian. He was brought up, however, by Banks Land, while the strait, which, if he had known it, would have enabled him to complete the Northwest Passage, was at that time closed by ice. In 2 successive voyages, in 1822 and 1824, Parry increased the detailed knowledge of the coasts he had already discovered, but failed to reach even as far westward as he had done on his first voyage. This somewhat discouraged government attempts at exploration, and the next expedition in 1829 was fitted out by Mr. Felix Booth, the Sheriff of London, who despatched the paddle steamer Victory, commanded by John Ross. He discovered the land known as Boothia Felix, and his nephew, James C. Ross, proved that it belonged to the mainland of America, which he coasted along by land to Cape Franklin, besides determining the exact position of the North Magnetic Pole at Cape Adelaide on Boothia Felix. After passing 5 years within the Arctic Circle, Ross and his companions, who had been compelled to abandon the Victory, fell in with a whaler, which brought them home. We must now revert to Franklin, who, as we have seen, had been dispatched by the Admiralty to outline the north coast of America, only 2 points of which had been determined, the embouchures of the Coppermine and the Mackenzie, discovered respectively by Hearne and Mackenzie. It was not till 1821 that Franklin was able to start out from the mouth of the Coppermine eastward in 2 canoes, by which he coasted along until he came to a point named by him Point Turnagain. By that time only 3 days' stores of pemmican remained, and it was only with the greatest difficulty, and by subsisting on lichens and scraps of roasted leather, that they managed to return to their base of operations at Fort Enterprise. 4 years later, in 1825, Franklin set out on another exploring expedition with the same object, starting this time from the mouth of the Mackenzie River and dispatching one of his companions, Richardson, to connect the coast between the Mackenzie and the Coppermine. He himself proceeded westward to meet the Blossom, which under Captain Beechey had been dispatched to Bering Strait to bring his party back. Richardson was entirely successful in examining the coastline between the Mackenzie and the Coppermine, but Beechey, though he succeeded in rounding Icy Cape and tracing the coast as far as Point Barrow, did not come up to Franklin, who had only got within 160 miles at Return Reef. These 160 miles, as well as the 220 miles intervening between Cape Turnagain, Franklin's easternmost point by land, and Cape Franklin, J.C. Ross's most westerly point, were afterwards filled in by T. Simpson in 1837 after a coasting voyage in boats of 1,408 miles, which stands as a record even to this day. Meanwhile, the Great Fish River had been discovered and followed to its mouth by C.J. Black in 1833. During the voyage down the river, an oar broke while the boat was shooting a rapid, and one of the party commenced praying in a loud voice, whereupon the leader called out, "Is this a time for praying? Pull your starboard oar!" Meanwhile, interest had been excited rather more towards the South Pole, and the land of which Cook had found traces in his search for the fabled Australian continent surrounding it. He had reached as far south as 71.10 degrees when he was brought up by the Great Ice Barrier. In 1820-23, Weddell visited the South Shetlands, south of Cape Horn, and found an active volcano even amidst the extreme cold of that district. He reached as far south as 74 degrees, but failed to come across land in that district. In 1839, Bellany discovered the islands named after him, with a volcano 12,000 feet high and another still active on Buckle Island. In 1839, a French expedition under Dumont d'Urberville again visited and explored the South Shetlands, while in the following year Captain Wilkes of the United States Navy discovered the land named after him. But the most remarkable discovery made in Antarctica was that of Sir J.C. Ross, who had been sent by the Admiralty in 1840 to identify the South Magnetic Pole, as we have seen that he had discovered that of the North. With the two ships, Erebus and Terror, he discovered Victoria Land and the two active volcanoes named after his ships, pouring forth flaming lava amidst the snow. In January 1842, he reached farthest south, 76 degrees. Since his time, little has been attempted in the south, though in the winter of 1894-95, C.E. Borchgrevink again visited Victoria Land. On the return of the Erebus and Terror from the South Seas, the government placed these two vessels at the disposal of Franklin, who had been knighted for his previous discoveries, and on the 26th of May, 1845, he started with 129 souls on board the two vessels, which were provisioned up to July 1848. They were last seen by a whaler on the 26th of July in the former year, waiting to pass into Lancaster Sound. After penetrating as far north as 77 degrees through Wellington Channel, Franklin was obliged to winter upon Beechey Island, and in the following year, September 1846, his two ships were beset in Victoria Strait, about 12 miles from King William Land. Curiously enough, in the following year, 1847, J. Rae had been dispatched by land from Cape Repulse in Hudson's Bay and had coasted along the east coast of Boothia, thus connecting Ross's and Franklin's coast journeys with Hudson's Bay. On the 18th of April, 1847, Rae had reached a point on Boothia less than 150 miles from Franklin on the other side of it. Less than 2 months later, on the 11th of June, Franklin died on the Erebus. His ships were only provisioned to July 1848 and remained still beset throughout the whole of 1847. Crozier, upon whom the command devolved, left the ship with 105 survivors to try and reach Back's Fish River. They struggled along the west coast of King William Land, but failed to reach their destination. Disease and even starvation gradually lessened their numbers. An old Eskimo woman, who had watched the melancholy procession, afterwards told McClinton they fell down and died as they walked. By this time, considerable anxiety had been roused by the absence of any news from Franklin's party. Richardson and Rae were dispatched by land in 1848, while 2 ships were sent on the attempt to reach Franklin through Bering Strait, and 2 others, the Investigator and the Enterprise under J.C. Ross, through Baffin Bay. Rae reached the east coast of Victoria Land and arrived within 50 miles of the spot where Franklin's 2 ships had been abandoned. But it was not till his second expedition by land, which started in 1853, that he obtained any news. After wintering at Lady Pelly Bay on the 20th of April, 1854, Rae met a young Eskimo who told him that 4 years previously 40 white men had been seen dragging a boat to the south on the west shore of King William Land, and a few months later the bodies of 30 of these men had been found by the Eskimo, who produced silver with a Franklin crest to confirm the truth of their statement. Further searches by land were continued up to as late as 1879, when Lieutenant F. Schwatka of the United States Army discovered several of the graves and skeletons of the Franklin expedition. Neither of the 2 attempts by sea from the Atlantic or from the Pacific base in 1848 having succeeded in gaining any news, the Enterprise and the Investigator, which had previously attempted to reach Franklin from the east, were dispatched in 1850 under Captain R. Collinson and Captain McClure to attempt the search from the west through Bering Strait. McClure and the Investigator did not wait for Collinson, as he had been directed, but pushed on and discovered Banks Land and became beset in the ice in Prince of Wales Strait. In the winter of 1850-51, he endeavored unsuccessfully to work his way from the strait into Parry Sound, but in August and September 1851 managed to coast round Banks Land to its most northwesterly point, and then succeeded in passing through the strait named after McClure, and reached Barrow Strait, thus performing for the first time the Northwest Passage, though it was not till 1853 that the Investigator was abandoned. Collinson, in the Enterprise, followed McClure closely, though never reaching him, and, attempting to round Prince Albert Land by the south through Dolphin Strait, reached Cambridge Bay at the nearest point by ship of all the Franklin expeditions. He had to return westward, and only reached England in 1855 after an absence of 5 years and 4 months. From the east, no less than 10 vessels had attempted the Franklin sea search in 1851, comprising 2 Admiralty expeditions, 1 private English one, an American combined government and private party, together with a ship put in commission by the wifely devotion of Lady Franklin. These all attempted the search of Lancaster Sound, where Franklin had last been seen, and they only succeeded in finding 3 graves of men who had died at an early stage and had been buried on Beechey Island. Another set of 4 vessels were dispatched under Sir Edward Belcher in 1852, who were fortunate enough to reach McClure in the Investigator in the following year, and enabled him to complete the Northwest Passage, for which he gained the reward of £10,000 offered by Parliament in 1763. But Belcher was obliged to abandon most of his vessels, one of which, the Resolute, drifted over 1,000 miles, and having been recovered by an American whaler, was refitted by the United States and presented to the Queen and people of Great Britain. Notwithstanding all these efforts, the Franklin remains have not yet been discovered, though Dr. Rae, as we have seen, had practically ascertained their terrible fate. Lady Franklin, however, was not satisfied with this vague information. She was determined to fit out still another expedition, though already over £35,000 had been spent by private means, mostly from her own personal fortune, and in 1857 the steam yacht Fox was dispatched under McClintock, who had already showed himself the most capable master of sledge work. He erected a monument to the Franklin expedition on Beechey Island in 1858, and then, following Peel Sound, he made inquiries of the natives throughout the winter of 1858-59. This led him to search King William Land, where on the 25th of May he came across a bleached human skeleton lying on its face, showing that the man had died as he walked. Meanwhile, Hobson, one of his companions, discovered a record of the Franklin expedition stating briefly its history between 1845 and 1848. And with this definite information of the fate of the Franklin expedition, McClintock returned to England in 1859, having succeeded in solving the problem of Franklin's fate, while exploring over 800 miles of coastline in the neighborhood of King William's Land. The result of the various Franklin expeditions had thus been to map out the intricate network of islands dotted over the north of North America. None of these, however, reached much farther north than 75 degrees. Only Smith Sound promised to lead north of the 80th parallel. This had been discovered as early as 1616 by Baffin, whose farthest north was only exceeded by 40 miles in 1852 by Inglefield in the Isabel, one of the ships dispatched in search of Franklin. He was followed up by Kane in the Advance, fitted out in 1853 by the munificence of 2 American citizens, Grinnell and Peabody. Kane worked his way right through the Smith Sound and Robeson Channel into the sea named for him. For 2 years he continued investigating Grinnell Land and the adjacent shores of Greenland. Subsequent investigations by Hayes in 1860 and Hall 10 years later kept alive the interest in Smith Sound and its neighborhood. And in 1873, 3 ships were dispatched under Captain, afterward Sir George, Nares, who nearly completed the survey of Grinnell Land, and one of his lieutenants, Pelham Aldrich, succeeded in reaching 82.48 degrees north.
About the same time, an Austrian expedition under Payer and Weyprecht explored the highest known land, much to the east, named by them Franz Joseph Land, after the Austrian emperor. Simultaneously, interest in the northern regions was aroused by the successful exploit of the Northeast Passage by Professor, afterwards Baron, Nordenskiold, who had made 7 or 8 voyages in Arctic regions between 1858 and 1870. He first established the possibility of passing from Norway to the mouth of the Yenisei in the summer, making 2 journeys in 1875-76. These have since been followed up for commercial purposes by Captain Wiggins, who has frequently passed from England to the mouth of the Yenisei in a merchant vessel. As Siberia develops, there can be little doubt that this route will become of increasing commercial importance. Professor Nordenskiold, however, encouraged by his easy passage to the Yenisei, determined to try to get around into Bering Strait from that point. In 1878 he started in the Vega, accompanied by the Lena and a collier to supply them with coal. On the 19th of August they passed Cape Chelyuskin, the most northerly point of the Old World. From here the Lena appropriately turned its course to the mouth of its namesake, while the Vega proceeded on her course, reaching on the 12th of September Cape North, within 120 miles of Bering Strait. This cape Cook had reached from the east in 1778. Unfortunately, the ice became packed so closely that they could not proceed farther, and they had to remain in this tantalizing condition for no less than 10 months. On the 18th of July, 1879, the ice broke up, and 2 days later the Vega rounded East Cape with the flying colors, saluting the easternmost coast of Asia in honor of the completion of the Northeast Passage. Baron Nordenskiold has since enjoyed a well-earned leisure from his arduous labors in the north by studying and publishing the history of early cartography, on which he has issued 2 valuable atlases containing facsimiles of the maps and charts of the Middle Ages. General interest thus re-aroused in the Arctic exploration brought about a united effort of all civilized nations to investigate the conditions of the polar regions. An international polar conference was held at Hamburg in 1879, at which it was determined to surround the North Pole for the years 1882-83 by stations of scientific observation, intending to study the condition of the polar ocean. No less than 15 expeditions were sent forth, some to the Antarctic regions, but most of them around the North Pole. Their object was more to subserve the interest of physical geography than to promote the interest of geographical discovery. But one of the expeditions, that to the United States under Lieutenant A.W. Greely, again took up the study of Smith Sound and its outlets, and one of his men, Lieutenant Lockwood, succeeded on reaching 83.24 degrees north, within 450 miles of the pole, and up to that time the farthest north reached by any human being. The Greely expedition also succeeded in showing that Greenland was not so much ice-capped as ice-surrounded. Hitherto, the universal method by which discoveries had been made in the polar regions was to establish a base at which sufficient food was cached, then to push in any required direction as far as possible, leaving successive caches to be returned to when provisions fell short on the forward journey. But in 1888, Dr. Fridtjof Nansen determined on a bolder method of investigating the interior of Greenland. He was deposited on the east coast, where there were no inhabitants, and started to cross Greenland, his life depending on the success of his journey, since he had left no reserves at the rear and it would be useless to return. He succeeded brilliantly in his attempt, and his exploit was followed up by 2 successive attempts of Lieutenant Peary in 1892-95, who succeeded in crossing Greenland at much higher latitude even than Nansen. The success of his bold plan encouraged Dr. Nansen to attempt an even bolder one. He had become convinced from the investigations conducted by the International Polar Observations of 1882-83 that there was a continuous drift of ice across the Arctic Ocean from the northeast shore of Siberia. He was confirmed in this opinion by the fact that debris from the ship Jeannette, a ship abandoned in 1881 off the Siberian coast, drifted across to the east coast of Greenland by 1884. He had a vessel built for him, the now renowned Fram, especially intended to resist the pressure of the ice. Hitherto it had been the chief aim of Arctic explorations to avoid besetment and to try and creep around the land shores. Dr. Nansen was convinced that he could best attain his ends by boldly disregarding these cannons and trusting to the drift of the ice to carry him near the pole. He reckoned that the drift would take some 3 years and provisioned the Fram for 5. The results of his venturous voyage confirmed in almost every particular his remarkable plan, though it was much scouted in many quarters when first announced. The drift of the ice carried him across the polar sea within the 3 years he had fixed upon for the probable duration of his journey. But finding that the drift would not carry him far enough north, he left the Fram with a companion and advanced straight towards the pole, reaching in April 1895 farthest north, 86.14 degrees, within nearly 200 miles of the pole. On his return journey, he was lucky enough to come across Mr. F. Jackson, who in the Windward had established himself in 1894 in Franz Josef Land. The rencontre of the two intrepid explorers forms an apt parallel of the celebrated encounter of Stanley and Livingstone, amidst entirely opposite conditions of climate. Nansen's voyage is, for the present, the final achievement of Arctic exploration, but his Greenland method of deserting his base has been followed by Andrée, who in the autumn of 1897 started in a balloon for the pole, provisioned for a long stay in the Arctic regions. Nothing has been heard of him for the last 12 months, but after the example of Dr. Nansen, there is no reason to fear just at present for his safety, and the present year may possibly see his return after a successful carrying out of one of the great aims of geographical discovery. It is curious that the attention of the world should be at the present moment directed to the Arctic regions for the two most opposite motives that could be named, lust for gold and the thirst for knowledge and honor. End of chapter 12. Read by Steven Seitel. End of the Story of Geographical Discovery, How the World Became Known, by Joseph Jacobs.